Hello all, thanks for being here. This we are going to be doing the Reverie Roundtable in just a moment. Hey, erotic robot, which is always a fun name. Thanks for being here. You said hashtag fake news, lol. What part's fake news? Are you talking about the title? Taking a second shot. Which part is fake news? I'm actually not sure. But thanks for being here. Much appreciated. All right. Let's get started. We got some people gathering. Yeah. We're gonna have a good time with our panel type thing. Oh, or was it fake news that we were like starting now? It took me a second to get here. Maybe that's what you were saying. Okay. Let's see. All right. Let's move in.
Okay.
Hey all.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
I saw your dominance on what was it, Friday or Saturday?
Saturday.
Although you're dominating every day, right?
Of course. I mean, uh, obviously. Um, certainly
We
so.
respect it.
Yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed it, friend.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you can thank our good friend Gibbs for making that happen.
Yeah, good job, Gibbs. I got the best lactoid clip ever out of it.
Oh yeah, the what's it called? The fashion of the motorcycles.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it was a good time. Really good time. How Corey help distract the audience?
Yeah, well, so I I'm actually tuned out pretty much like after that clip. So lactoid, how many rounds did you last? I thought Wick could have easily destroyed you if you just brought up your position on dogs and all that stuff. I think that would have went over well with the crowd.
You're muted, friend.
I think you're muted. And Gibbs, did you end up going on?
Yes,
in the end?
it was. Oh, it was epic. Why don't Lactoid tell you about it once he's here? I'm sorry, I'm getting my stuff set up here.
Yeah.
Since I'm late for once. But yeah, I did end up going, and Lactoid can tell you what happened when I ended up going.
We still can't hear you, friend. Still can't hear you.
Me? Oh yeah.
No, Lactoid.
We can.
Yeah,
You're
you
good.
did.
We cannot hear you still.
To answer your question, Corey, Lactoid went. I think it was 4 or 5 total, including Gibbs. I was second to last.
As in, what? Sorry, Gibbs was on the Kamala side.
Oh yeah. Well, he did.
Gibbs went. Listen, I'm not going to comment totally on how this all played out, but Gibbs went in as Admiral Libs. And
okay.
I'm only slightly butthurt about it for reasons that may remain private. But Lactoid and I had it was a good round. It was a good time, and then Gibbs somehow won as Admiral Libs. I'm very confused.
Wow.
Because I could debate anytime.
And then demonstrated to the audience that they were all gullible, and that I was right about. You even said I was right about everything that I said. That's part of
the crazy part was that like a 6,000 person audience. He was like, by the way, you're all retarded. Like as soon as they declared him the winner, I was like, holy shit, Gibbs.
Yeah, and the whole chat was like, oh.
Yeah.
It was pretty entertaining.
And how many rounds did you end up after that, Gibbs?
Well, so it's like a King of the Hill format. The whole goal was to go last. I'm not saying it was rigged, but
yeah,
you're not saying it was rigged.
That might have been the last round there, hey, but I'll take my W.
Investigation, we gotta look into it as much as possible.
Yeah,
what specifically not saying is that the round prior to the last round was definitely not rigged.
or the order of the people going, none of that.
Rigged. Oh my god.
Everything's rigged.
Yeah, like
rigged.
Violating.
I have it on good
violating the sanctity of CuteBot's like elimination style dating.
Her vibe check elimination.
I mean, it's a sacred space, right? Where only the best thinkers come to gather and test their ideas. And Admiral Gibbs would violate that. Would desecrate something like that.
I would never do that. I would never ever do that.
Or when you whip the MAGA hat out, first of all, you already have a big head. Don't try to put hats on top of your headset.
I don't wear hats, but we had it for the.
That probably makes sense.
Yeah, effect.
Is Parallax low for anyone else?
Slightly, but I can still hear him pretty well.
That's actually because my gain had gotten knocked down.
I could also maybe boost him.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems good.
Yeah, my gain had got knocked down when I didn't see that.
No problem. So we're just waiting for some others. I know some people are going to be late. Let's see.
I'm pretty sure, Ghostie's just in her giant mansion. Like, what room do I put on today? Out of, she has a huge bowl of the thousands of rooms, and she's like, just taking one out at random. It's like gonna be this room.
If her Wi-Fi reaches to the farthest ends of her property, I don't know. That might be an issue. But so DB is gonna be late, and Ali hadn't said anything, but actually, there's no reason to wait around. We'll just start jumping into the conversation and
Yeah.
go
Can
from
I
there.
just like not go first? That's all I'm asking, just so I can get organized here.
Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, we're gonna save the main topic for later. But
Oh, perfect.
there's plenty to talk about otherwise, and we'll start with a lactoid here. Lactoid. Yeah,
What's
lactoid. I have some thoughts for you.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
That's
So
usually not good. What's going on?
lactoid. Well, who are you voting for once again during this upcoming election?
Where I'm currently sitting is
Trudeau.
Kamala's not in consideration. It's going to be either Trump or Chase Oliver. If you don't live in a swing state, I would implore you to vote for Chase Oliver so you don't throw away your vote. If you do live in a swing state, it's more complicated. I understand that.
You can't.
Chase
spell
Oliver's the
complicated without
Libertarian Party
Kamala.
candidate, right?
What'd you say? I'm sorry.
I said Chase Oliver's the Libertarian Party candidate, right?
Yeah, Chase Oliver is the candidate for the Libertarian Party.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting that you're still. I don't know anything about this Chase Oliver person, so I reserve my judgment for him. But I think it's interesting that after all this time, you're still considering Trump. I really do think it's.
I'm getting closer as time gets on, just to be clear. Like
You're
with the
getting
shit that's going on. Yeah.
You're getting closer
what?
to. I mean, you're more likely to vote for Trump as things progress. Is what you're saying?
But as he accumulates more brain damage for the motorcycle incidents, like the odds of voting for Trump just increase like exponentially.
1,000%.
You're no fun, Corey. You don't understand how fun it is. You just don't understand.
You're right. I don't
No.
understand how fun being alive is. It's totally a mystery
It's
to
a
me.
great time.
Wait, if that's
being
the
alive is a good
argument,
time.
can I have 7 motorcycles, please? Because life is not that fun. I want a different one for the day of the week. I hope they're riskier every day.
Fair enough.
Jesus
I'm not
Christ,
gonna do
Parallax.
Which one's the most dangerous? The one with the lowest weight limit. Give it to me.
Yeah. So this goes to my issue with you, Lactoid, and it's a thing that I've brought up with you many times before, right? I think I don't think you're a racist, but I think racism isn't a deal breaker for you. It's just isn't. So we have JD Vance and we have Donald Trump spreading
Well-known, not
racist, vile racist tropes, and making life more dangerous for migrants. As we speak, we're doing it right now, and it's whatever.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit, Prime. I'm not accepting that. I'm not accepting that.
Gibbs,
y'all are making it more dangerous for migrants because y'all won't do the church. Why do you like sex trafficking?
I don't care.
Oh, you gotta stop.
you like
Dude, don't do that. Don't do that.
That's what you're enabling. That's why. That is what you're enabling, Dave. You are endangering migrants with
That's
your
a deflection.
rhetoric.
I don't
No, not a
care. Hold
deflection.
on, Gibbs.
Guys.
I don't care because I know for you, you're at least very honest with the type of person you are, right? Talked about building a moat around the United States to keep migrants
because it'll help
shoot
people.
at them. So I get you, and none of this commentary is coming in your direction because you simply are.
You can't sit here. I'm not gonna let you sit here saying you're not endangering migrants.
First of all, Gibbs, I absolutely will do that. I absolutely will do that because a lot of that racist attacks are coming from my family. So I actually will do that. And no one will stop me. So again, Lactoid, tell me, why is racism just an okay thing for you? That it simply doesn't matter in terms of taking your candidates.
Listen, Prime. I mean this with all sincerity. I've got nothing against you or your family, okay? And I apologize if your family has experienced any kind of racism or any kind of, I guess, friction coming from statements that were made somewhat recently. Specifically, the Haitians eating dogs comments that were made by JD Vance.
Lies.
Now,
are they statements or are they lies?
JD Vance said that he was bringing his constituents' concerns to the forefront.
That's a lie, though, right? You know this.
They're concerns about make-believe stories.
Yeah.
I'll say this. The evidence appears there's insufficient evidence for me to declare that people are eating dogs. I'll say that.
Oh, you'll say that.
Wow.
But you understand this is a racist attack, right?
Why is it racist? I guess is my question.
So you are implying that this ethnic group is savage, because that's how Americans interpret like eating dogs and cats as a savage act, right? You're implying that they're somehow savage and unfit to live among us because they don't understand our customs. Yeah, that's the racist part.
And it's not just that they're eating dogs and cats, it's that they're stealing other people's dogs and cats.
Mhm.
So the other implication that
Yeah.
they don't even like respect the law
American
or
customs.
Yeah, they're thieves.
you know, other
Property,
people's
even just
property
as
or their
simple as
pets or
property, yeah.
anything.
Yeah, I understand your concern. I don't find nationality to be the same thing as race. I think that what people are pointing
Okay, sorry,
to is
hold on, no. So,
well,
no,
let me-
don't
let me-
weasel
let me-
out of it. Bigoted.
I'm not. Hold on.
Bigoted.
Yeah,
Bigotry, yeah.
I understand. So what's happening is you're looking for a term to ascribe to this, and then questioning why this isn't the deciding factor for me. It's just not, right? Like Haiti is currently undergoing a civil war and mass starvation. It is like in Haiti, they are eating cats and dogs and birds and whatever they can get a hold of because there's massive famines occurring there. When people, I guess it's plausible that people coming from that area would also perhaps you be used to those kind
It's
of practices.
plausible. It's
Not
plausible.
not because of like their race or anything along those lines, but just because of the situation that they're in, right?
Yeah, sure.
But it's attributed to where they're from and who
Yeah.
they are.
Well, no, it's attributed to where they're. Yeah, it's attributed to where they're from, of course.
And what
like,
they look like and what they sound like and what they practice over there and the
No,
cultural
wait,
differences
wait.
and the you know.
This isn't defining anything.
Outlining cultural differences, I think, is perfectly fair. Describing
not
where
necessarily context or nuance. That's also not a cultural difference.
Describing the environment of where somebody comes from, I think, is perfectly fair.
That's not what they're doing.
Well,
They haven't even connected that.
I understand that. I understand that you guys are saying this is coming from a place of racism, but I'm not convinced that it's coming from a place of racism. It could be that some people think, well, black people are just going to come to the country and eat dogs. I don't think that is.
And this is the classic conservative two-step, right? They'll just like when presented with something that's racist, they'll say, "Well, I don't see it. Certainly not. No, in fact, no. It must be because it's a cultural reason." Or they'll try to reframe it in any single way, but it can't be racism. He'll come up with any excuse, right? Anyone under the sun to say, this is certainly not racism. Why would you think it's racism? This only follows like the exact racist pattern that we can see for any other example of actual racism, right? But now this current thing attached to a politician that I like, certainly that's not racism. How could it be racism? So like, it's like, my problem is that like you pretend that you are somehow removed from this bigotry, right? When you support it, no matter what, right? So yeah, I get it. Racism is too much because it scares Republicans. They can't stand being called racist. The worst thing for a Republican is simply to be called racist, rather than the racism that they actually apply to others. That's fine, right? So bigoted, right? Like this, the person you're supporting is bigoted, spreading bigoted memes. You understand that. You're not stupid. I get that. I know you're smarter than that, right? But you'll find any other way to move past that, and you'll support any other way. But while saying, well, certainly not me. No, I'm the good person. I certainly wouldn't support anything like that, except electorally, maybe financially.
Are you considering voting for Kamala Harris? Just out of curiosity.
No, because she's supporting a genocide.
Fair enough. So I can respect your viewpoint, and it's a viewpoint that I held much more strongly in the past several elections. In 2016 and 2020, I voted for the Libertarian Party. But over time, it's especially, again, if you live in a swing state, there's, I think, a level of political pragmatism that is kind of a strong argument. Even if it's not convincing to you, it's kind of a strong argument. And even if I can't fully get on board with, I mean, it might be fair. I think it's probably closer to call it bigotry against immigrants than it is to call it racism. But it wouldn't be a deciding, bigotry against immigrants wouldn't be a deciding factor for me when you look at other considerations overall that I might find to be more important, or the plurality of which, when you could look at all of that combined, might be more important than the belief that immigrants are coming and eating pets. It's not that particular phrase is not a breaking point for me. That's not a deciding factor.
Of
Well,
course not.
what's really rich about this is how racist the Dems are about all this.
I
This is
don't.
what's
I'm
always-
sorry.
No,
I
hold
don't-
on. I'm getting in here. I want to object
I
a
don't
lot
Our
of this.
favorite line.
I don't care about
I
any of
know you
this.
don't care, but look,
No.
I want to object this like vehemently, right? No one cared about any of the immigrants until
Imminently.
Abbott shipped people to these other cities. No one cared about Latino immigrants. No one gave a shit. No one did anything. No one's wanted to stop the sex trafficking. No one cared at all. And all of a sudden, Trump says one thing about dogs, and all of a sudden, it's racist Republicans, and y'all are just going here acting like they're not taking people's jobs. They're not ruining our infrastructure. It's not racist, Parallax. And y'all don't care about the sex trafficking. You don't care about the people dying down here.
we do.
But y'all
We call
suddenly
them
want to get on your moral high horse when the Democrats have been using black people for their votes all this time just to get elected instead of doing this. And then as soon as black people are needed after they are done with the election, they're not needed anymore. They throw them away in favor of the new constituency. I don't see here how you can say we're being the racist.
Gibbs, you've been here long enough. Certainly don't come at me talking about like not criticizing Democrats on how to treat black people.
I'm just saying it's both.
Fair
We're
enough.
both are wildly racist.
Great. So
Well, I know, but it's not
If
my
we're
word
gonna be
right now.
honest, that's what we're gonna do.
I'm not down to black to it. I don't care about this. I don't care at all. I get that Gibbs is Gibbs, and I've accepted that. That's why I haven't said anything to him, right? I know what kind of person he is, right? Now, my problems with Lactwood. My problem with Lactwood trying to pretend that he's some sort of moral actor here, but still willing to support the most immoral actors, no matter what. So let's test this, okay? So, Lactoid, right? Let's say you married an Indian woman, right? A woman of Indian descent. And the Republican Party started spreading. I mean, by Republican Party, I mean the people at the head of the ticket, people at the head of the party, actual Republican leadership, then supported by the rest of the Republican Party afterwards, started saying racist attacks against that community, right? So you've married this Indian woman, you've had kids with them, right? Meaning they're half Canadian, half Indian, and now they're being attacked. Now your family is less safe because of that. Would that be a deal breaker for you? Would you vote for the Republican the candidate saying racist memes about your wife and your children?
No, it would not be a deal breaker, right?
Oh,
and I don't operate in terms of being like things being a deal breaker or not being a deal breaker. So everything is a comparison. Like if you want to be the hyper principle type and say I'm not going to make this comparison, I'm only going to vote for, or I'm not going to vote, or I'm only going to vote for the candidates that check every box for me or all the critical boxes. I can understand that, okay, and I do. If that's the way you feel, that's perfectly respectable. But if you're going to be engaging in politics in a more pragmatic matter, you have to take the pros and cons of each candidate and compare them to each other. You said before that this is racism. This is like this huge racist attack. I'm not convinced that it's racism.
Of course you're
it
not.
could be
How do you know
it could
that?
be it could be bigotry against immigrants. But then you take this.
But the R word, I know, I get it.
Yeah, well, no. But here's what I will say is racist. I think it's racist to say that you're only going to select a Supreme Court justice if she's a black woman.
Yeah, I don't.
I think it is. I think it is racist. Hold on.
Don't try to what if me. I don't care.
I know you. I know you don't. I know this is not whataboutism. I just got done explaining in the beginning. Whataboutism is when you entirely dodge the question and just say, "Well, what about this?" I directly answered. It probably is some bias, some bigotry towards immigrants. I just accepted that. Okay. I don't think it's racism because racism would be specifically
anything but the R word.
You've said, of course, not like 3 times now. Okay.
And I will. Don't worry. I'll continue to do it. Don't worry.
All right. Well, I'll keep on restarting my train of thought then. I don't believe that it's racist because it's not based on race, right? It's based on nationality and immigration status, which I understand that could be bigoted against people of who come from that area potentially, for sure. But I don't think it's first of all, it's a meme mostly currently, and it doesn't compare for me to I think factoring it in, it doesn't compare in practical pragmatic politics to the, I think, more overt racism being expressed by the Democratic Party. And so if I'm going to make the calculus of, well, I'm going to vote to like maximize my interests, it's not even that like I have to cede the racism card when it comes to voting for Trump.
Yeah, I know you're not brown, so it doesn't fucking matter.
Because no, I'm white, and
it doesn't matter. I get it.
Yeah, and the Democrat Party is overtly anti-white right now. They are selecting vice presidents.
Anti-white. We can see that. Yeah,
absolutely.
So now, now we've seen this reverse racism. Now I get it. Sure.
No, it's not reverse. It's not reverse racism. It's just racism, flat out.
Okay, yeah, great. So now he found it. He found the racism. Lactwood managed to find the racism when it somehow disadvantages him as a classic conservative. Now that it disadvantages him, now he found it. Now he gets it.
Because it's based on race.
Yeah, he found the racism
on that point,
now.
Lactoid, can I ask you a question on that point?
What race are Haitians?
Haitians are generally like 97%. I think of Haitians are black. But there's a lot. But there's a lot of. But in America, hold on. But in America, the vast majority of black people are non-Haitians.
That's great. Can I ask you a question, Lactoid? Basically, do you think that the racism could also be, in like kind of an irresponsibility? Because do you really think a lot of these people in Ohio and a lot of these states really like can pinpoint a Haitian? I mean, if they're on video and there's no audio of them like speaking or anything, can we pinpoint a Haitian? Because it's kind of like fueling, hatred or fueling distrust of people who are citizens, people who are born here, who just happen to be black. Like it's gone beyond its original thing and nobody's tried to pump the brakes on this.
I haven't seen the stats on this, but it's plausible that if you're making bigoted statements against an immigrant group that also happens to be in large part a racial group, then you may have people, more ignorant people perhaps, express very ignorant beliefs and potentially cause collateral damage.
How many people do you think are ignorant?
I think we saw this. And you guys are chomping at the fucking. You guys are chomping at the bit. I think a big example here is when it comes to Muslims, right? I'm incredibly critical of Islam. I'm incredibly critical of Muslims, but Muslims are not Arabs, and I think a lot of people are I think less educated people, unfortunately, lump the two together and think, oh, being anti-Muslim is racist. But it's not actually. There is a time and place to attack the culture of Islam. There is a time and place to attack their traditions. And the people coming from Islamic countries are going to be coming from a very different context than people who are coming from non-Islamic countries.
Yeah, but
their race,
the people doing the
race has nothing to do with
being racist just because you're not being racist because you put more thought into it and you're being more nuanced. And I'm attacking the religion and not the people. Doesn't mean that the majority of the people attacking the people don't represent your side.
This has been
hold on. This is actually just factually.
Your game dropped again. You might be having trouble with StreamYard, but
my fault. There are hundreds of millions of Muslims in New Zealand and Indonesia.
Hundreds of millions in New Zealand.
I
don't think they don't have a. Do they even have a population of 100 million?
Mostly Indonesia.
No, they don't.
Indonesia. Yeah.
Well, in there, yeah.
Oh, in Indonesia.
I said Indonesia. There are hundreds of millions. So for you to separate Muslim culture from Arab culture in the way you just did is entirely disingenuous. You are specifically talking about Arab culture. Yes, you are.
I am not.
You are.
I know. I criticize.
Culture doesn't carry over to Indonesia.
It does. I would assert it does. Do you want to talk about Islamic culture in Indonesia and how women have to act in Indonesia and what happens to women in Indonesia? You want to talk about that? What about gay? What are the gay rights in Indonesia?
Fallacious.
No.
They are the same as fallacious.
I understand every country is going to have a little bit of a different culture, but when I'm criticizing Muslims, I'm educated enough to know that yes, Indonesia is the single largest Muslim country. Pakistan.
You think Trump is educated enough to know anything about Haitians? And also, he's not just like anybody on Twitter making these comments. He's the candidate elect.
Hold on, I want to get on this. because this is something that's really interesting to me. It's the Dems have not been talking about Haiti. You know, a group of people have been talking about Haiti well before this happened, and in a positive light, wanting to do something. Neocons, Republican neocons, have been advocating in my circles. In fact, I even hosted a panel on it. We're sitting here talking about what we should do about Haiti. I've advocated for intervention. I've advocated for funding. I've advocated for pushing more stuff with the Caribbean group. I forget their name now off the top of my head. That runs all this.
Biden's administration.
It's not been
the intervention with the support of the Kenyan police officers. They went to
no,
Kenya.
That did not work. That did not happen. That didn't happen. Guess it all fell apart. That was another big Biden failure. It has all fallen apart.
And
it was
my understanding, the troops, the police
so
officers.
Once again, I'm a
arrived.
neocon. Yeah, we can pull it up. But I have been sitting here and been advocating for intervention in Haiti to improve the lives of the Haitians for years now. Yeah. It's since almost and I've sat here and done it, and I've heard other people in the neocon circle do it, and it's hilarious to me that all of a sudden the Democrats care about Haitians now that it's convenient.
The 400 officers. The 400 officers are there. There's a news report right here.
They're doing jack squat. The gangs still control the capital.
But you're talking about no one was discussing Haiti. Like and
Biden administration personally said they were not sending troops
or whatnot. But to say that Democrats weren't talking
they stated
about
they're
Haiti,
not sending people there, and they were barely providing any money.
It's literally the first result, right? The 400 officers from Kenya are the first contingent of a deployment of officers from 8 nations.
And the Biden administration chose to stay out. Why are the Kenyans there? Because the little name of the organization.
Let me explain exactly why. Let me explain exactly why they didn't want to do it. Right? This is explain exactly why.
Well, so if he didn't want to do it, then he didn't do it.
Hold on. Let me explain exactly why. Because actually, I know the history of this, right? And in fact, the name of this channel is based on the history of this. The U.S. has been doing interventions in Haiti for years. The very first international deployment of the Marines was to Haiti, right? And they occupied Haiti for years. And there was an insurgency in Haiti, and they actively tortured Haitians that were there, right? And there was a massacre of Haitians. U.S. Marines massacred civilians in Haiti. Where did they massacre them? In a town called La Kai, Prime Kai. That's where it happened. And then the U.S., I believe, in another intervention, came to Haiti and just like, we're gonna protect your gold. U.S. troops removed Haiti's gold and put it in the U.S. for safekeeping. Right? That's the thing the U.S. did. And then the U.S. has knocked over Haiti's president, right? Like President Aristide, who had this bright idea to saying, hey, why don't we use Haiti's resources, and Haiti is resource rich. Why don't we use Haiti's resources for Haitians? Immediately, the Clinton administration knocked them, couped him, right? So Biden, like, I guess understanding some of this, at least some of this history, decides, well, it'll be a bad look if we have American troops there, but we still want to do the thing. And so we're going to reach out. We're going to have black troops, right? African troops do the thing. So that's the reason why. It's not because I don't know.
No, they had no involvement as far as I'm aware. I haven't found any involvement. I've been looking here the whole time for finding assistance to Haiti. They've had very minimal involvement. And this is all a list of how are you going to sit here and tell me Biden administration
has anything to do with research?
Gibbs, who has minimal involvement?
I've hosted panels on this. I've done this topic for months and months and months. I'm very well educated.
I don't care if you hosted panels. I'm asking you, who has minimal involvement here?
Biden administration.
Yeah, you mean Blinken's how Secretary Blinken went around and actually convinced those nations to send the officers? They did the negotiations.
They did this despite him, despite his interference, because they were going to
so you don't seem to understand the situation at all.
Not only that, the Biden administration just offered this lip-dick response to the UN. I do understand it in depth. It offered a lip-dick resolution to the UN, and the UN said they're not expected to approve it. So they were offering no aid to Haiti.
Neocon friends obviously don't know and don't care.
We know more than what you're talking about, apparently.
Certainly. Oh yeah, please tell me that I don't care about the situation. Yeah, tell me about
it seems like you do, but you're sitting here spouting misinformation.
You literally don't know the history at all. Right?
I have been to Haiti multiple times on AIDS trips.
Oh, great.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what I'm talking about.
I'm glad this white guy is going to educate me on Haiti.
Cool.
I love that.
Once again, I'm not white, I'm Latino, but still, now we're just being racist here again.
When you don't even know the history of interventions.
Look, from the left.
No idea about interventions. You don't even know what recent history, what Biden has done. You had no idea.
I do know.
They didn't have
I've
anything to do
researched
with
this
it.
in
There's a
depth.
reason why. The reason why they're even talking about intervention. The Biden administration, again, not that I necessarily agree with it or not, right? But he went around. But he said, I believe it was Blinken. Maybe it was the Secretary of Defense. I'm not sure. Maybe it was Lloyd Austin. I don't quite remember. But they were sent around going to African nations, trying to convince them to do the thing. Any which way, back to it. Yeah. So like, when does Lactoid? If a candidate personally insulted your wife, right?
I already answered this.
No. Before I was talking about a general racist meme. No, they personally insult your wife, right? Let's say they call her ugly. I don't know, right? Maybe they call her. Name the insult under their son, right? A candidate personally insults your wife, a Republican candidate. Would that make a difference to you? That they humiliate her on a national stage?
It wouldn't be a deal breaker, but it would
wouldn't be a deal breaker.
No, I'm mega policy brain, just to be clear.
Yeah, okay. Just like Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz is mega policy brain. So when he got unmanned in front of the entire nation, when Donald Trump called his wife ugly, right? And made fun of her and put like derogatory pictures of her, on a national platform. Yeah, he ended up voting for her too. So it's amazing how Republicans will debase themselves. No matter what. Right?
I call it principle,
even being unmanned, literally being unmanned, and you'll do it. But I mean, it's good. It's good that people understand, right? So I'm just trying.
I think it's principle.
Yeah. And Ted Cruz is principled too.
Not bitch
He's
made.
principled too. Him and his ugly ass wife, very principled, right? As we all know, right? And he has pictures of him campaigning for Donald Trump, right? That was him being principled. Yeah. Okay. Sure. If that's what you want to call it. That's fine, right? These people on the right who pretend they have some sort of exceptional claim to masculinity, right? Not necessarily that's what Lactoid does, but well, then again, I don't know. Him and his motorcycle, maybe that's his claim. But even if they were unmanned, right? As long as to support the leader, I guess he's got to do it. I guess he's got no choice. But it's a principle.
Brian,
it's principle, I guess.
In fairness, you're trying to get a guy to have perspective on the lived experience of people with dark skin who think slavery benefited black people, right? Like, that's who you're dealing with right now. Lactoid has made that statement. So, like, I debated a panel
of, I think, 6 or 7 black people on that subject.
Yeah, I don't think that made. Okay.
And I won, just to be clear.
That's your take on that, for sure.
That is everybody's in the comments take on that, but sure.
I'm sure.
I'll tell you something funny
good
though.
At understanding the perspective of melanated folks.
I'll tell you what's hilarious though is
melanated folks. Jesus Christ!
Let's talk about what's some things. We just talked about the Biden administration in Haiti. Let's talk about this. The Blinken didn't go to Haiti until September 5th. Right, of this year, right? This Canada, along with the nations in the Caribbean organization, have set their ass since 2022, when the crisis started happening, have asked for U.S. aid, and nothing was done until this became a hot button issue on Twitter. So don't act like the Dems have some moral high ground when they're absolutely using Haitians and Black Americans as a talking point in order to bamboozle the average voter. That's all this is. It's a grift, and anybody that says otherwise is straight lying. Democrats don't care about
so they both grift
at all.
No,
at least Republicans want to do something because this shit is going south.
You're absolutely right. They don't care about. No, I actually agree with you. No. They don't care about Haitians. No, 100%.
I'm glad we agree.
And in fact, Hillary Clinton, right, has been a terror for her and Bill Clinton have terrorized Haiti for decades. That's true, right? Under their love and care.
Billions of them lost.
However, like my only problem was a statement that no one was talking about it before. Of course they were talking about it. They've been in negotiations for months with African nations for some black troops, right? Not white troops. They didn't want white faces there. They put black troops in Haiti. So that's the only thing that I'm pushing back against. But if you want to say that there's a bipartisan lack of care for Haitians, right? And disdain for them, no, I'll perfectly agree to that. Absolutely.
All right, well, that's good. Then we built a bridge. Maybe a better bridge, but we built a bridge.
When someone's a Democrat, it's not that you're necessarily supporting the administration, everything they do, but it's the people who it's the people that are Democrats that support the same policies that you do. That's where you're ending up siding with. It's not so much that Prime's like, oh yeah, the Democrats are perfect. He's just saying like he's attacking, Lactoid and the Republican side, and you're just coming at him as if he's trying to defend. He's not defending the Democratic side.
What I'm saying is, I think it's disgusting. I think that what the Dems are doing with the Haitians. Right?
You think it's disgusting? You think it's disgusting that Donald Trump makes a stupid comment? So Donald Trump makes a stupid comment. People are outraged about it, and you're upset.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that we're gonna sit here and pretend that just because
maybe
Donald
you
Trump
should
made
elect
one
somebody
thing,
who's not such a fucking dumbass and doesn't make like dumb remarks like
listen,
that.
that may or may not be true. I'm not going to argue whether or not that's true. However, what I will argue is that when my options are basically what I see as socialist Satan or Bill Clinton reincarnated, or Bill Clinton reincarnated, I guess I got to go with Bill Clinton because my options are either get fucked or get fucked harder. And I mean, that doesn't feel good. And all the American people know that. So like, yeah,
you can't just say we're being disingenuous for having an opinion about something that you said.
Well, Cookie, so what was the opinion 2 years ago?
You could wait, hold on. What you just said is perfectly fine. You can have an opinion. You can have an opinion on what was said. And if we're just here to say, was this good or bad? I think all of us here would be like, pretty bad, right? Yeah. That wasn't like the take that Prime came in with.
You guys are calling Democrats racist.
No, racist. I mean, the history of the party.
The take was, how could you possibly vote for this person who said this? That was the take that was that Prime came in hot with, and that was the take.
Well, I don't think anybody prior to this panel. Who wasn't going to vote for Donald Trump already wasn't.
I'm not
like if the character of the candidate comes into play for you, and I guess that's like the question is like if the character of the candidate doesn't come into play, then the character of the president doesn't matter, and then they can just kind of spew off whatever rhetoric you call it memes, but then the memes that come from like the president's mouth to like the ignorant people that follow him can result in like pretty nasty shit. Like it
has.
I would rather someone that's like slightly ignorant than someone that's systematically using these people and for their own personal gain nefariously.
You're not using them right now.
That's not what I was saying. I'm saying the president making a
I'm
statement.
Not using them, no.
And his ignorant followers.
You bring them up only when it's
a large
utility-wise necessary.
No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I've actually been to Haiti several times. 2016, 2018, working on AIDS missions. I didn't sit here and brag about it. I only brought that up to show that I know very well aware of what is happening in Haiti. And so it's sitting here crazy to me.
No, that's not what that means. That's not what that means.
No, it is. I mean, I'm sitting here saying that it's funny to me because this has been a conservative neocon talking point for years that something needs to be done about Haiti. It's a ticking time bomb. And we've sat here for years. We've argued for intervention. And yeah, I guess it's fallen on deaf ears because, the history of Haiti is very, they don't like America for obvious good reasons. We send in the Marines and take their gold. Terrible shit happens. Like, that's bad. Like, absolutely, I get it. But this has been a neocon talking point for years. Neocons have been talking about it. Not conveniently, they've been saying we need to do something about this. And they are a very strong portion of the Republican Party. Now, does the whole Republican Party think that? No, I can't say they do. But I know that at least a portion of it has been talking about it, even when it's not been convenient for us. And then suddenly now it's flipped and we have this moral high ground about how much the Dems suddenly care for Haiti. When we have examples like Prime just gave of the Clintons, who have been just the most evil motherfuckers to Haiti the whole time. And then we have, Donald Trump maybe saying something ignorant. Well, we have decades and decades of proof of the Democrats fleecing Haiti.
All right,
that's hilarious to me.
That my claim was in relation to racism.
Why is it impossible for all fucking conservatives to conceptualize that over time someone's views might fucking change, including the views that a party stands for, including specifically the party that identifies as the progressive left-leaning. No. The party that stands as the party that moves in the progressive direction intentionally. Of course their fucking views are going to change on shit like that. You bring up the Dixiecrats. Are you fucking retarded? The Democrats that were in the KKK, are you talking about fucking Robert Byrd?
They just evolved. This is modern. They use welfare as modern slavery. That's what they do.
The party switch never happened. True.
I mean, it's a little more nuanced than just a straight flip. I mean, I'll say that.
I want to ask, I guess, both Prime and Ali a question here, because it's relevant not only to the topic but also in recent events. You guys are saying that, Trump making these statements, there's a level of responsibility on him when it potentially comes to, harassment being faced by Haitians or people who potentially look like Haitians, right? I mean, we're just getting over the second assassination attempt of Donald Trump. This guy was overtly anti-Trump. He was a never-Trumper, if there ever was one, based on his Twitter history. Do you think that the people who are so antagonistic towards Trump share responsibility for the attack on Trump?
I don't know, maybe Destiny.
There's a difference.
Yeah, wait, so like the people meaning like just citizens or like politicians?
Media figures, politicians, basically anybody who came out and said this guy is an absolute threat to democracy. He is an absolute threat to the republic. He's evil. He's awful. He's horrible. He's racist. He's bigoted. He's xenophobic. Blah 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 blah. Go, run through the whole spectrum of evil.
Well, I give the politicians within the same level of it, but like no regular like citizens, no, not really, because you're afforded your right to free speech. But like if you're someone that holds a certain amount of power and like a different amount of influence than like a news broadcaster or a streamer, you're talking about the past president and potential future president. So it's like, yeah, this is a different level of influence and speech.
Well, wait. I also want to clarify, I guess, Lactoid's position, because at least from what I heard of what you said, like nothing in there says, or there was no calls to violence there. It was just like whatever Democrats saying.
Well, there's no calls to violence when he said that Haitians were eating dogs.
Right. So my difference that I'll kind of put
I'm not saying. I would more make the argument of like I would say he's contributing to like racist stereotypes or tropes, and like probably just fostering an attitude of, let's say, bigotry or racism. But I would agree that there is no direct call to violence. So
right, but they were making references to like specific like harassment or threats experienced by these people, like feeling unsafe, I think was the specific term that was used.
Right.
And
so the difference I'll put between the two is basically like every time that there's been something going on with Trump, like the past assassination attempt, this whole thing that's happening right now, immediately everybody's like, for the most part, is like, hey, we don't support political violence. Hey, what the hell? But even when Trump was asked to, to kind of not call off, but condemn the bomb threats going on as a result of the Haitians eating dogs thing, he was like, hey, yeah, whatever. Migrants are coming in the country. Like they continue with the rhetoric even when it causes harm, but the difference is on the other side, when something happens that could be causing harm, then they're like, hold on, we're going to decry this. There's the difference in kind of response here.
No, I think the rhetoric continued the next day. I think there was like immediately the next day after the attempt, which I guess was yesterday. You had people going right back to, I think there was one in particular, like I'll have to find the exact, I think it was maybe it was Kamala's account. It was some major like Democrat figure, right? Who immediately, like the day afterwards, said he's a terrible threat to democracy and we have to defeat him. If it's not Kamala's page, then it's like some major Democrat figure. Maybe it was Pelosi. I don't really recall.
Right.
Having criticism,
it is still happening. It is still happening.
Got shot at or whatever. Does it say? Did they say that it's okay? That
nobody,
he got shot at, or did they say it's not?
Trump didn't say it was okay to harass Haitians. Trump didn't say
having
it was
criticism.
The opposite as
wait. So
the others have said stuff in the opposite to that.
You guys want stochastic terrorism to work one way. That's what it is.
This is not an equivalency.
No, there's a difference.
It's not an equivalency.
So
I understand. There's a difference.
After 9/11, the rhetoric wasn't necessarily great towards Muslims, right? But President Bush didn't get up and go, Muslims are horrible people. He got up and said, Muslims are our friends. This isn't an attack from like Islam, so on and so forth. The temperature of the nation, the reaction from the nation would have been completely different had he went Trumpist and been like, these fucking, we gotta ban Muslims. The rhetoric would change because the leader of your nation, the person that you voted for, this person has the most influence in your country, like arguably. And so, like, no, the rhetoric that comes from the president is very important, very different than the rhetoric that comes from a streamer to the citizens. Like I said, during 9/11, the citizens were fucking going crazy. But if the president was also joining in on that same rhetoric, yeah, that would have been completely different.
We're talking about major figures. We're not just talking about like the Democrat like rabble. Okay, we're talking about major figures here that have openly stated a lot of inflammatory rhetoric towards Donald Trump, right? And I'm actually on the side of, I think that you should be able to be very inflammatory and critical of Donald Trump. And I don't think that this necessarily means that you are responsible if some crazy person does something that you don't intend for them to do, right?
Because you're being critical of the president and not a group of people.
Either way,
I think
right?
that's
So it's like-
either way.
No, not
If you're-
either way.
if you're-
Not either way. These are
No.
It's my
There's
position.
a position of power that we elected you into. We 100% get to criticize you in any way, shape that we.
Right.
feel
Yeah.
necessary.
Well, no, and the First Amendment allows us to criticize groups of people as we feel necessary. I can criticize Muslims if I want to.
A president,
you can.
right.
Hold up,
People can
100%.
be like,
You
"Take
can.
her
but
on."
The president shouldn't. Not that he can't. Shouldn't.
especially
Wait,
baseless.
Wait,
like,
what? So wait, what is
shit
y'all's
like that.
objection to what he's?
So basically, what
what
Lactoid's
Lactoid's
saying is
saying
he
here.
has
The
no
truth
standards.
also.
He's just
So-
gonna vote with his wallet, just like Gibbs.
Well, hey, listen,
Not
voting
my
with Walt.
wallet. I haven't made any donations.
But yeah, I haven't made any donations either.
No,
but I am
mean,
voting
vote
with my.
on what is gonna you
vote for your
believe is
wallet.
gonna benefit your wallet. But
No.
you know,
I mean, I
No,
don't.
no.
I don't.
Look,
solely on that. It does help my decision.
I don't. I openly support tort reform, despite the fact that this would be incredibly detrimental to my career. But it makes sense, so I support it. It's in line with my principles, so I support it.
I don't see like maybe one of y'all can summarize what I guess the difference is, because I think I get where Lactoid is coming from. I don't see the difference between the Dems saying, "Oh, Trump is a threat to democracy," and then maybe a Republican. I don't remember. There could probably be a bunch of that would say
And
something
holding
like
up his head cut off, decapitated.
Yeah, decapitated, and a like I don't know, some redneck in the backwoods, or even a politician, Republican, going, "I think Islam is a threat to democracy." What is the substantive difference to y'all in that those two statements?
One's against one guy, the other one's like a class of people.
Well, that part.
Okay, but okay, sure, okay, I guess that's one difference. But
Also,
how
if
is
the
that-
criticism,
if I was like,
the criticisms are valid. It's not like we're just like pulling them out of our ass. Like Trump's actions have given people these criticisms and like driven them to say
you don't
these
think
things.
that like based off like historical precedent that like I don't know, Muhammad conquering and all the conquests and them having sultans and never having democracy would not be a criticism of like Islamic grand states for as a threat for democracy? Like
yeah, that's why a president
or
hasn't
the
said
experience
that.
in Europe, or the experience in Europe.
Presidents have presidents have a higher responsibility with their
it
words.
is inherently a threat.
It has
Like
nothing
if
to
it's
do
another
with-
form of government other than democracy, and it's an aggressive form, that's a threat.
Ali, you want to say something?
Right,
having
but is
other,
it
having other countries that don't follow democratic policies isn't a threat to you having democracy. That's one. Two.
If they move here,
no. Two. What's happening in Europe is not due to the fact that Muslims want to come and take over the country. There's intervention going on from the West in their countries. They're refugees. They're taken out of their countries. They're put into other countries. They don't want to fucking be there. They don't want to assimilate because they didn't want to leave their countries to begin with. So you don't get to cause a problem then bitch about it.
I just watched the president,
in the West,
not the president,
and then in the West, in America, you guys are Gibbs. We've had this debate before. You're afraid of Muslims getting into politics because
that's
they
not
want
what
to
I'm
swing
saying
in
at all.
Okay.
This is what I'm saying. I just watched the one of the princes of Kuwait or Dubai. I don't remember which one. He was one of them. Just say directly. He said, I don't understand America, right? In some ways, because here we have all these things. It is done through an Islamic system where we are in charge, yada yada. And he basically said democracy is a threat to their form of government. So, like, I think both can be true. Like summarizing one,
they don't want
democracy is like secularism.
How is that a threat to you?
Can democracy and secularism be a threat to Islam?
Democracy is an explicit
No, it's not a threat to
their
Islam.
form
It's
of
a
government.
threat. It's a threat to their theocracy. They want theocracy.
It is an explicit threat to their form of government.
Democracy is a threat to theocracy. But how are you going to implement theocracy?
Hold on, Ali. Not just intrinsically, but based on history.
Not even that. Hold up. Wait, my boy. How are you going to implement Islamic theocracy in America?
You're not.
Is that what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
That was Lactoid.
No, that's kind of like that's why I'm asking you. Like they don't want to have democracy. The government there runs under kings and queens. They don't want to have democracy.
That you're literally using my point right now. That's my point. They're saying one is a threat to them, and that would be like us over here saying this is a threat to us.
No,
it's not the religion of democracy. Oh my God, a government. Democracy is a different form of government, not a religion. The religion can't be a threat to your form of government.
Oh my god, you're getting so lost in the semantics of weeds.
No, that makes complete sense.
No, that's
Right.
really
one
not.
is
Islam is
one
a
you're
threat
criticizing
to the
a
West.
government, one you're criticizing a religion. So
Yeah,
since we don't have a religious government
for certain government styles.
But having people of a religion
Yes.
move to
Now,
this
hold up.
country
Wait.
has
No,
nothing to
but-
do with policies.
You can have
so much
how many-
scope.
Okay. So the religion wants to implement a theocracy, let's just say in America, right? This is the fear, the threat to the West. Right or wrong?
That's what
I'm
Gibbs
not-
is
I need-
saying.
I need a yes
That's
or no.
what Gibbs is saying.
Just to be
There's
clear.
multiple levels of threat.
Yeah.
Then I would say Christianity is a threat to our country.
Good. You can say
concern-
that too. You it goes to you.
The
concern-
You understand. That's exactly my point. That's the point. You get it?
But it shouldn't be because
But the
we
Christians are
are
here.
separation of church and
we
state.
vote and we have
Not
a
a
democracy.
hypothetical.
We live in a democracy, so it can't be a threat if we continue a democracy and we continue to vote for the issues that we have.
Do you want to say
Right?
something? Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we can solve. You guys think that Trump is a threat to democracy? Oh well, people vote for him. Yeah, sure, but there can be situations in which people can vote for things that are counterproductive to democracy.
Right.
And when you have,
I'm glad you admit.
and so
Okay.
obviously
Go
I
on.
disagree. Obviously, I disagree with you as to the scale and scope here, but I understand your argument, right? Because I actually do put effort
shit.
into understanding your guys' arguments.
Okay, and I
Um,
want to
as
hear out
opposed-
where
as opposed-
Islam
as-
becomes a
as-
threat.
As opposed to all of you who can't let me finish a sentence, right? What Gibbs is saying is that it doesn't have to be like, perhaps like long run, there's like the potential risk of like the Islamic Caliphate of Britain or whatever, but it doesn't even have to be that, right? The actual concern is, what about the slow but systemic changes that occur when you begin bringing in people who have a very different cultural way of expressing themselves, a very different view on the role of different people within society, and a very different view of how society should be run? Well, you get Sharia courts in Britain. You get large groups of people who are running certain areas in Europe. You get, and then in Europe, by the way, who's experienced most of the Islamic immigration that we're talking about, has had a tremendously difficult time dealing with that because of the culture clashes, because of the increasing crime rate, because of all those things that come with that. Gibbs is saying, hey, perhaps there actually is a concern here, and saying there's a concern with Islamic immigration. It's perfectly.
You mean there's a concern? There's a concern with
about
mass refugees come to your country, your small country, and putting them in neighborhoods and not having them not be able to assimilate so quickly. Obviously, but that's not the concern with Islam. That's a concern with a refugee crisis.
When you're bringing in when you're bringing in a fuck ton of people, yes, there is a concern as to assimilation.
Yeah.
There's also a concern as to how long does it take to achieve assimilation.
I don't disagree with you. But why are you bringing the people in? It's not because they want to come in and take over. You have a refugee crisis that you.
That's not the point, Ollie. That's not the point.
Wait, hold up. It is the point.
It doesn't matter why they're leaving.
Wait.
It doesn't matter why they're coming.
Wait, yeah, it does, because when you call something a threat, there's a huge implication that the people are coming to take over. The people are a threat. Yes, that's what.
Give me a second.
Go ahead, Lactoid. Go ahead.
Yeah. Things can be a threat even if they don't intend to be a threat, aka viruses, COVID, shit that like it has no free will, but it's still a threat.
Yeah,
you can have things.
Yes, and when you have the president saying the Chinese virus, you have an attack on Chinese people, because the ignorant people that follow the rhetoric, those are the people you have concerns with.
Every side does this.
Or when we're talking about the Chinese virus, it could be a way to blame China for their irresponsibility and their complete lack of a response when it came. No, we're blaming. Well, first of all, just to be clear, it was called the Chinese virus because it came from China, just like we call the Spanish flu, just like we call it the Ebola because Ebola comes from a river. It had to do with where it came from. That was the actual motivation. But I'm perfectly fine. Give me a second. I'm perfectly fine with calling it the Chinese virus because the Chinese government deserves a shit ton of criticism for that. Now, and I understand you're going to say, well, what about that one Chinese dude in America
who had a spike of racism towards Chinese citizens in America?
Yes, Sure. I understand. You're going to have people who are going to misunderstand that and misuse that and apply that in ways that you don't intend. But unfortunately, at some point, we have to give people autonomy. We have to say, okay, you're making a statement. Why are you making a statement? Here's why I'm making a statement. Oh, that seems reasonable.
But at a certain point,
when I say, like, I'm concerned with the threat posed by tons of refugees. There is a threat there. Oh, I'm concerned with the threat from the China virus because yes, that's perfectly acceptable. Why are you calling it the China virus? Because the Chinese nation, like the government there, was incredibly irresponsible. And by the way, it's not just the Chinese government. There's genuine criticisms you can make about the Chinese cultural practices of eating fucking bats and eating wet markets that cause that virus.
The point is, though,
that irresponsible rhetoric. There's so much irresponsible rhetoric, and people have no standards for that. Like you just continue on and on with the, oh well, it's because of this. It's because of this.
You guys have a double standard.
How it actually happens.
The point is,
I have no standard. You guys have a double standard. Trump just got there was a second assassination attempt, motherfuckers. Like you guys have the double standard. Sure, okay. I have no standard. You guys have a double standard. Great. Where are we now?
Wait, what is the
where's the comparison?
Wait. I already gave you. If there are politicians saying hold them to the politicians should not be spewing negative rhetoric that could potentially lead to something like this. I already gave you.
They have a responsibility.
It's unworkable. It's unworkable.
Politicians and candidates have a responsibility about how they use their words, what they say, because even though we all have autonomy and are responsible for ourselves, they have a responsibility as like leaders and directing the people of this country and their opinions and stuff. And people are stupid sponges. So we can't just say, everybody should be self-responsible when this is a president's job to lead the people and his country.
People are just stupid sponges.
You realize that
a lot of them are.
Nobody here is saying.
Well, then let's get rid of their ability to vote. Then we don't have to worry about them anymore, right?
Anyways, stop complaining about
starting with the motorcycle
or we could have better education.
IQ test to vote. Do we all agree?
We get a better education to actually teach people how to fucking vote.
IQ. Okay, we have a polling exam, so we only have smart people vote. Then we don't have to worry about all these dumb sponges just absorbing whatever idiocy comes in their way, right?
Worry about the dumb sponges that grow up on our education system.
Lacto, do you think anybody is saying that Trump should be held legally liable, or do you think we're saying that you as a voter and other people as voters should have some fucking standards?
No, so
oh my God.
I think a lot of people are arguing that there is either a legal standard that Trump should be held responsible for, especially when it comes to January 6th.
I said, do you think what we are saying right here, right now, us, the people in front of you, address the people in front of you, not the ghosts.
I think there's probably some people here who want Trump to be held legally responsible for his rhetoric. I think that to be ultimately charitable, there's some of you probably who are just arguing for the hardcore moral responsibility associated with what Trump is saying. But what I'm saying is that, moral culpability for what you say, I'm more interested in the intent of what you say. And if you have somebody who's calling it the China virus because of reasonable reasons, then I'm not actually going to hold you nearly as I'm not going to hold you morally responsible to the same extent that you guys are holding him morally responsible.
He should express that then himself. He shouldn't have to have you, some random YouTuber, express his thoughts for him and correct him for the people. He should be able to do this for himself. Sure. He fails again and again and again.
You're right. Prime, get Trump on here. I guess I don't know.
I'm
here.
Hold your elect accountable. You asked Prime if he was going to vote for Kamala. He said no because she's doing a genocide. He stands on it. He's principled. He's standing on his principles. But you're in accordance to you, want a person's character or at least their intelligence enough to be able to explain what they're saying and understand that they're a leader of a country doesn't really matter to you.
Hold on. That's not what he's saying at all.
That kind of is.
No, part of what he's also saying is he said earlier he was originally going to vote third. And he's moved more Trump because of things that are happening. And what that tells me, and I'm just guessing, but it's similar to how I've gotten because I didn't want Trump either. I preferred DeSantis, right? That's what I wanted until he turned out to be.
I voted DeSantis.
When are you going to claim you didn't want Trump ago? I'd like to hear this.
I have claimed I wanted DeSantis the whole time.
No, but I'm saying, when did you go full Trump train? Because literally the entire time I've known you.
I mean, I've never been full Trump train. First of all, I've always been pretty adamant. There's definitely positions I don't like Trump upon, like Ukraine.
Yeah. You get what I mean. You know what I'm saying.
His cock 24/7.
But no, I don't those talk 24/7. This is what I'm saying.
Well,
part of it is what Lactoid is saying. Is I've even moved further more Trump because the alternative. When you'll talk about our values, we have values. We see what values are going to be changed. If it's if we throw away our vote on a third party, when we're going to have such an erosion of our values with this other person in charge. Well, obviously, the only moral thing we can do is vote for the person, even if they're despicable. That's going to fucking at least protect some of what's keeping America
or
instead of turning
prove your principles and vote
hellscape.
for someone who actually
I'm voting against
support.
the evil that I see coming from the left.
The only question here, the only question here is whether or not pragmatism is a principle here, right?
I would argue that
I understand. Look, I voted third party the past 2 elections. Can you guys say the same? Okay, I understand. Yeah. I understand. Sure. Okay, well then maybe Ali can say the same. But I'm betting a lot of you. Jesus Christ! How many of you have actually voted? What the fuck?
I haven't voted.
Wait, is that what's happening?
People didn't
vote?
Oh my God!
That's crazy. Of course, I voted.
Okay, let me take a step back then.
I
spoke too soon.
Yeah, they're so principled they didn't go.
My bad. I was making some assumptions that were clearly incorrect. So I voted third party the last 2 times, and I fully understand what Prime's argument is, and I am very empathetic towards it. And frankly, it's only somewhat recently that I'm sort of coming to the realization of, okay, on one hand, there is like the perfect principle argument, which is like increase the power of the Libertarian Party because that's good for the whole country. And if you don't live in a swing state, I strongly implore you to vote for the Libertarian Party, because if you vote for one of the 2 candidates and you're not in a swing state, you are throwing away your vote. It is a complete waste, okay? But if you live in a swing state where your vote actually does kind of matter as to the overall electoral college calculus, the question is a little bit more complicated, because now it's not just, are you voting for the person that you really want? It's also, who are you voting against, right? That's like the other question that comes up. This is why you have Democrats chanting like vote blue no matter who. This is like a pretty quote unquote unprincipled position. But if you hate Trump with all your guts, it actually starts to make a little bit of sense if you live in a swing state. If you don't live in a swing state, it makes no sense whatsoever. But if you live in a swing state, I sort of understand the logic here. That logic is what I'm slowly becoming convinced of. That's why over time I'm slowly starting to lean towards Donald Trump, not because of like his policies necessarily shifting dramatically, but besides on marijuana, because he's been particularly good in that recently. But it's because I'm beginning to realize, like, holy shit, if you live in a swing state, like it is razor thin margins. Like your vote does kind of matter if you live in Pennsylvania. Your vote does kind of matter if you live in North Carolina, if you live in Arizona.
Voting this year.
And I'll agree with you 100% on that, Lactoid, because I'm kind of the same, but on the other side, pretty much. Like I have arguments all the time with people who, who are lefties, who are just like, I don't want to vote for Kamala because genocide, which I've argued with Prime K's on this before, and we could talk about that. But we've had a disagreement on that before, among others. But at this point, I agree with you about how we have to choose pragmatism, even though I don't agree with you on the side that you're on. See, when I was pushing back earlier about you being like, oh, I'm more Trump now, I thought you meant like you just were like magically out of nowhere just starting to agree with his policies. And I'm like, what? Why? I mean, but if it's for that reason, I guess I can kind of like, I can understand where you're coming from, right?
Okay, that we are making headway, building bridges. This is good, and to give and to give no. Well, no,
you're voting red. You're just voting Republican.
Well, Trump is the candidate, right? Okay,
yeah, I know. But
I didn't vote for him in the primary, but to give Prime credit here, right? To give Prime credit here, I also fully empathize with the whole shit of like, I can't justify a vote for this person because they're doing this thing or they have this policy that I find horrific. I'm sure Prime is like, there's no way I can vote for Donald Trump because he's saying bigoted things about people whose ancestry is shared with my own family. And I despise that. That's understandable. I understand where he's coming from. I also understand when he's saying I can't vote for Kamala Harris because there's in his opinion, there's an active genocide occurring in Gaza, and Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are not really speaking out against it, and in fact, they're implicitly supporting it. I understand that argument too, right? But at the same time, like it really depends on how much weight you're putting on the pragmatism element. And so if you want to say like, well, what about this bad thing that Trump said? What about this thing, bad thing that Trump said? I understand all that. I'm factoring that into the calculation. But even with that stuff being factored into the calculation, he's better than Kamala, in my opinion, for a number of reasons that we can go through in terms of policy prescriptions and threats to the overall integrity of the republic. But holy shit, right? Like, I'm glad that we're making progress here. We're building bridges.
Yeah.
But
so
your opinion includes.
You can also vote down ballot.
Hold on. So you had asked me this before, but everyone was jumping in, so I just I'll let them go. You talked about like, is it also a problem when people say, incendiary things about Donald Trump, right? What I was trying to say is that, well, yeah, it might be. Depends on what they're saying. Like, so I haven't watched the stream directly, right? And if I'm incorrect in my retelling of this, someone can correct me, right? But my understanding is that Destiny has been saying, at least from the first assassination, that it's a shame that the bullet missed, and people made it sound like he's encouraging further violence. Well, yeah, that's extremely irresponsible, especially for a person with a large platform like his, right? And he understands that his words carry weight among those individuals. That a lot of his fans are well armed. That's actually extremely irresponsible thing to do, and it's disgusting. If you are continuously saying things that are untrue to rile them up, like Donald Trump and JD Vance are doing to those Haitian migrants, yeah, that's a problem too. Because again, and especially when you're talking about a person of a big audience, whether they be a streamer or something, or a politician themselves, yes, extremely irresponsible. But then the example you brought up is like them calling Donald Trump a threat to democracy. Well, that's true. That's absolutely true. Now, when most people say that, when most Democrats say that, they're talking about Jan 6, right? They're talking about the storming the Capitol. But that's really, that thing was not going to actually work. We understand this. Well, I don't know. It could have a lot of representatives could have been killed. That's the thing that could have happened. We're lucky that didn't come to that. But still, in terms of like permanently overthrowing the government, that's quite unlikely. No, the problem was the fake elector scheme that him and his cronies pulled off. They had plans for it. They hired found a fake elector slate. They have documents saying these are the fake electors, like on them, right? They're going to replace the rightful electors with this other group that would guarantee Donald Trump would take the victory after he lost the election. Yeah, that's a threat to democracy. So if you're talking about that, then actually it's perfectly reasonable to do so. It's perfectly reasonable to do so. Now, I don't encourage violence, right? I think we can solve this, once again, electorally, by kicking his ass, right? Like, that's the way to do it. We want to handle it. So I'm not encouraging that. But if you're saying something, even if it's incendiary, but it's absolutely true, then that's a different thing. That's a different thing. You would agree?
I would think that the main difference between this and the migrants thing, I mean, one is an unfounded thing against a group of people, and then one is a founded thing with a lot of evidence towards it against one person who is currently running for president. He's not just a random guy we picked from the store. He's an actual dude who chose to get up there.
She's absolutely correct. So like the problem, you're saying you never disagree with that, but then you relate the two, right? You ask us, what's the difference between these two situations?
Valid criticism.
Right. So when we're specifically talking about like threat to democracy, I understand that's nebulous enough that you can relate that to January 6th, and then you can argue that it's true. I think we're rolling. We're rolling with the point now that like if it's true but incites violence, then that's more justifiable, or perhaps is justifiable. It's a little bit unclear than if it's false, right? I think that there are falsehoods being said about Donald Trump that potentially could incite violence, right? The very fine people, the bloodbath stuff, right? There's comments that are made. Relating Donald Trump to supporting white supremacy explicitly, that I think are overtly false, right? But are being repeated by both Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, right? Like the Joe Biden being the president, right? The president's repeating these lies. So before, when you said when the president does it, this is particularly wrong. Fair enough. But I mean, I will give credit that like, sure, you can be angrier when somebody is saying something that's like both irresponsible and false. I just don't think that, well, the Haitians are eating dogs, for me, is incendiary enough to really give it all that much calculation here.
I don't think that's been the deal breaker for most people.
I don't know what to say.
Is being a threat to democracy?
Again, I don't think from what I've seen of it, it's not enough.
Is being a threat to democracy an incendiary statement?
I'll say this one last thing, and then I'll go to Ali. Sorry. To be clear, I knew it wasn't going to be a problem because we've run through this before. So this isn't the reason I'm bringing this up isn't because now it happens to be a group that I'm related to. No, we've had this conversation many times before in the past, you and I, right? Because it's not the first time bigoted things have come out the mouth, certainly of Donald Trump or just the Republican Party in general. And I've gone through this, so this is not the first time. We've gone through this argument many times, and it's never enough, right? The bigotry, no matter what it is, if we can even get you to admit it's bigotry in the first place, because you do the Republican thing of saying, well, nothing's actually really bigoted, especially if it comes out of a Republican person.
I said bigoted right away.
And as long as you don't catch them,
you're lying right now.
As long as you don't catch them on tape saying the N-word, right, or saying some other slur, well, then I can't be sure what's racism. Okay, sure, whatever, right? But we've done this before, so I didn't think, of course, that this would change your mind. I know it's not going to change your mind, right? But my problem is you just hiding behind some sort of cloak of morality, as if you had anything to stand on here, right? So I'm just making it clear what kind of person you are. There you go, Ali.
So I mean, okay, so if you saying that someone saying that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy is an incendiary statement. Well, then people have been saying, I'm just going to do the past 3 years, that we have a huge threat to the West in terms of our migrant situation, and we have a huge threat to democracy in terms of Islam, right?
Very incendiary statements.
Yeah, so then wouldn't it be there's already an incendiary statement, and then we're adding on to it by saying, well, look, they're even eating cats and dogs. They're already a threat because they're migrants. Well, look, now they're also you're just adding on to you're adding on to the rhetoric that comes with the incendiary statement that these people are a threat.
This is the
threat. We just have to
hold on.
How?
Yeah, let me respond. So the fact that they are a threat, that is a true statement as well. It's incendiary. It is incendiary, but it's true. Mm-hmm. Now, when it specifically comes with the dogs thing, I think I said at the very beginning, this is it's not enough for me to call it racist. I did say it's bigoted towards immigrants. I did say that.
I don't care about that. I'm asking if it adds on to the incendiary.
I'm saying that because Prime said I refused to say that, but I did say that.
If we can get you to admit it, right, and it's very
which I did right away.
So.
Which is fine.
I said it was racism, but then we have to bargain down to bigotry. But whatever, sure.
Sure, but does it add? Does it add to?
Fucking struggle with you. But go ahead.
It may not be racist, but does it add to the already perceived threat, right? So it's Donald Trump doesn't have to get on there and be well, Haitians are a threat, because we already have a preconceived notion that migrants are a threat. All we have to do is consistently prove how they're a threat, and that can be through memes and rhetoric. So it's him saying oh my God, look, they're eating cats and dogs. These migrants won't assimilate. They can't. They're and cats and dogs is a very specific thing to tell Americans that people are killing and eating, right? Because it's dogs are a man's best friend. Yeah. And
would you agree that Kathy Griffin holding up?
He was aiming for the suburban moms.
So making these Flanders statements about these people only kind of adds on to the fact that, oh my God, these people are already a threat, and this is just how.
So would you agree that Kathy Griffin holding up his severed head was?
They would agree.
Was it? Good. This is the same thing.
It is the same thing.
Millions of people have cats and dogs.
We don't know. We don't know. Ali could very well be condemning Kathy Griffin, right? But specifically to Ali,
well, that's my point.
I am not here to say that was a good statement about the dogs and cats thing. I never called it a good statement. I've said it's a bad statement. Mm-hmm. The difference here is that
it could be racist.
Not racist. I said it's bigoted towards immigrants.
Yeah, I'm saying you don't see how it could be racist. Yeah, because
I
get your point. I'm just trying
you get my point. Right. But what I'm saying is that for you guys seem to be having a difficult time recognizing that this is not the deal breaker for me. That we live in a country where we have somebody running for president right now who was selected because of her race, and really not only for vice president, but now she's the candidate despite never winning a primary. To me, this is a much bigger concern, right? If we're going to be making the tit for tat calculation, if we're going to be playing the game of trying to figure out the pragmatics here, which Prime doesn't want to do, and he gave him credit multiple times for doing that.
Because I think the difference is...
But saying that the Haitians eat dogs, it's not worse than that. It's not anywhere close to as bad as that.
For you, that doesn't change the politics.
Not as the president.
Because for you, that doesn't change the politics, but it changes the social dynamic of like the country and what's happening. So like, yes, I understand the point that you're trying to make, that it doesn't, that him making a race, something we perceive to be like a racist statement doesn't change for you because you're concerned more about the policy.
But the false elector scheme doesn't come into his equation. Like this is a bigger.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Here's a good way of describing it, Ali. For me, like there's
social policy doesn't matter to you. It's fine.
Yeah. Each candidate has like a number, right? And this number is like whichever number is higher is like, if you believe in the pragmatic politics argument, then whichever number is higher, that's the person you should vote for. You have this person who did this bad thing. There's like -5 points, -20 points, -40 points. For me, the cats and dogs thing, -3 points.
But okay, but see, that's a pretty like you. But you see how easily you could just kind of be like manipulated and lied to, because they could just kind of say whatever their policy is, have a character flaw or like a personal ideology and belief that you kind of are blind to because you don't care, because all you care about is like the direct policy that you see is being stated. And then once they get into the position of power, they kind of go in with their ideology regardless of what they told you their politics were.
Not stated. We have a history here with what Donald Trump has done in his last term. We know generally how he runs a presidency, and frankly, it's a relatively moderate Republican presidency.
Well, wait, to be fair, you know how someone runs a presidency after just winning after going in. You don't know how someone runs a presidency after they feel like their last candidacy was lost.
And they have immunity.
Yeah, for sure, but this is
you can never know for sure. You can never know for sure. You have to make predictions, right? I don't know that Kamala Harris is going to pack the court and destroy the third branch of our government, thus reducing our republic to nothing. But there is a risk of that based on her comments in 2019, but it's not a guaranteed risk. But I am factoring in the risk into her presidency.
Yeah, no, I completely
but he tried false electors pretty much by himself.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he does it by himself or not, or if she does it by herself or not. If she gets elected and she supports court packing and she has the support to do it, because let's say the Dems have like a fucking blowout in terms of the House and the Senate, that would be fucking awful. That would be holy shit. The likelihood is not super high, but it's like end game scenario. Like that's the end of our republic as much as I know it.
So, but with Trump's like character the past like 4 years, right? He's kind of shown that like he's pretty fucking like petty about what happened. He's still probably like high potential. I believe that the election was stolen. I mean, his supporters believe that the election was stolen.
Yeah, so like you have a
character analysis right now.
Negative 15 points.
Yeah, so what you're not understanding, look, go on.
Everything you just said, negative 15 points.
Yeah, so you have like, everybody starts at 100 is what he's saying. And
I get what he's saying.
Yeah, and it's just the stuff that y'all are saying,
I just don't think it's a good way to vote for a president.
Okay, but we're okay. All he's doing when he says this,
character matters.
He's assigning like a value to what the character and the history has shown, right?
Yeah.
Whenever what looks so okay, taxes matter to me, right? When I see Kamala advocating to the ACLU that she wants to give, like Donald Trump correctly said, to transgender surgeries to illegal alien prisoners, that's pretty upsetting that my tax dollars are going to go to that. That's a lot of negative points. When I see her wanting to put Soviet style,
actually do that.
That's not the point. Is whether she can or not. I don't think Trump's going to actually be able to overthrow the government either. So like as far as the thing, they're pretty equal in my opinion on that, right? So when you go look, when she says she might be able to implement Soviet style like price set fixings at the grocery stores, great. That's how we get bread lines. That's much higher because I think she could get that through, with the right kind of Congress. Pretty concerning to me.
But
so I get or her failure as a Russia saying how good gun bans are. We haven't gotten to the other ones. We haven't even got to the abysmal foreign policy record. The Biden's abysmal foreign policy record. So like that's a big threat to me because I see a foreign power as an existential threat. And then here's one more: the border, awful.
But the Republicans love
and then
Russia.
finally, which brings us to what we're going to talk about tonight. I guess at the next topic is the gun bans. That like as a Texan, there is nothing more abhorrent to me. I think we need to have fucking nuke missiles in our backyard. I should be able to have a Patriot missile system. There's no reason the government should be afraid. And then she wants us here and take our guns.
She doesn't support gun bans.
That's fake news. That's a lie. I can can point to her policies that she's voted on, advocating it. I can point to Tim Walz's policies.
It's right on her Twitter.
I can point. It's on her Twitter. It's on her agenda. She straight up lied to the American public, and they didn't bother to fact check her during the debate. So when you sit here and you go, "What am I? Oh, what's going these votes?" Well, when I start adding it up, she's at like -1,000,000, and Trump's like, I don't know, -50K. They're both shitty as fuck. But hey, 1,000,000's a lot bigger than 50K.
We're weighting stuff weirdly. If it's 1,000,000 versus 50K, oh my gosh.
I don't know the exact number.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of they're both real bad.
I haven't done the math out that much yet.
Quickly, guys.
Make a chart, make a spreadsheet. It's fun.
1 second. So everyone, I'm sure we have some new people here who came through because of the was it the Cupbot panel. Hi, hello. Thanks for being here. We're happy to have you. So we do these panels, right? We argue with each other. As you can see, we start off hot, and we'll continue. Don't worry. But if you find this entertaining, consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. If you have Amazon Prime Gaming, consider using that. If you're out there in YouTube land, you want your comment to be read, consider using a super chat. I am keeping track, right? Despite Corey trying to sabotage me in every way that he can. I have been keeping track. So if you want your comment to be read and responded to, right, we'll respond to whatever crazy thing, right? If you want to prove you're just as immoral as Admiral Gibbs and are willing to gun down immigrants at the border, right? I'll read your comment about that. So consider helping out this channel so we can keep providing this content. If you're on Twitch, of course, you'll get ad-free viewing, you'll get our emotes, and you'll be keeping us alive for another week, another day, so we can bring this content to you regularly. So consider helping us out. We'd really appreciate it. Oh, remember, it is September, so your subs are cheaper. Gifting subs, there's a discount there. Also, and I forgot this previously, for bits, if you gift, I think it's above 300 bits, I want to say, Twitch gifts an additional amount of bits on top of it, right? Some sort of percentage. So in any case, your money goes farther if you're supporting the channel on September. So consider helping us out. We could really, of course, use that help. Oh fuck! Ad break was in progress the entire time. All right.
Well, hey, that's what I'm trying to say. This immoral person here donated his
Prime was
to get a topic in the future. We should do a Haiti foreign policy topic.
Prime was double shilling. He let an ad shill for him while he'll do his already subs. I love it.
That's great.
God. All right. Well, anyway, we'll be shilling again later on. Not too far from now, so it's okay. We'll be starting our main topic soon enough. But does anyone else have something you want to say on this? What we've discussed? Go ahead, Lactoid.
I have one question for Katya and Ghosty and Paralyte. You people, right? The other side, okay?
Oh, okay.
You're
wearing a cartoon shark polo. Be nice.
It's not a polo. It's a Hawaiian shirt, okay? All right.
Okay.
I'll be comfortable.
Don't trust anyone in Hawaiian shirts. That's the takeaway from this.
Now,
they're polos. They don't understand.
Out of curiosity, let's say you don't know anything about the two candidates. If you heard Trump say, "Yeah, I selected J.D. Vance because he's a white man," would that be a deal breaker to you?
And is this assuming that I'm going to vote for Donald Trump, or is that the only thing I know about him? I'm confused.
Yeah. You're an undecided voter. You're an undecided voter. You really don't know much about the two candidates, but then you find out that Trump has said, "Yeah, I selected J.D. Vance because he's a white man. That's why I selected him." Would you what would your thoughts be on a statement like that?
My thoughts would be that a lot of the times people choose their vice president based on what will resonate with voters, down to what state they're from, what position they're in, this, that, and the other. So I wouldn't really give a shit.
Yeah, I was going to say it depends why he's voting for, why he picked this white guy. If he's I'm picking a white man because, white supremacy or, white people over everybody else versus I'm trying to appeal to the white Christian portion of the nation, kind of different.
Gotcha.
Yeah, okay. I personally, as and a proud liberal, would be just mortally wounded. I don't know how I'd ever fucking recover. What do you want from me? I wouldn't be shocked.
I want you to condemn racism. Okay, that's what I want. I want you guys to be like, well, hold on a minute.
I will when
I thought we didn't hire people based on their race. What was that all about?
He still like earned his spot as a vice president pick. He wasn't just like some random white guy picked off of the street. And that's when it's the same thing. It's not like
but the deciding factor was the race and the gender.
Lactoid, I tried to give you my white guilt. What more do you want from me?
I don't have white guilt. It's so liberating.
I tried to let you know.
I don't refer to people as melanated folks, and you know how liberating that is, Parallax. I'm able to breathe. I'm able to walk through society and not have to live the way you guys do. It's incredible. You should try it.
Yeah, I've tried it a lot because I focus generally on how class is the bigger distinction more than race.
Able to breathe. You're fucking racist.
Well, they should have picked a poor person then, I guess. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's different when you're
like JD Vance, who grew up poor. But of course, he's a white guy, so nobody gives a fuck.
Yeah, of course, he's the he rides the dick of Peter Thiel, his billionaire benefactor. So whatever. Sure. Yeah, it was so poor. He either
he grew up poor.
That he grew up poor. I don't give a fuck. Okay. Yeah, if he was poor now and actually fought for poor
workers' rights.
Yeah, for workers' rights, that'd be something. People. Yeah, the fact that he was poor, who cares? If Donald Trump had picked Candace Owens, well, you could say she was black. Well, I don't give a fuck about that. No, I care about her policies, her agenda. And
the policies and agenda, right?
And Kamala Harris, if she's black, don't give a fuck about that. I care if you support a genocide or not. That's what I care about. So anyway, so we'll leave it there. Okay, so it feels like we're running steam out on this end. So maybe we should just
lactoid controversy.
I think that should be a topic more often. To be clear,
I haven't made any pro dog eating comments or posts or anything like that. By the way, this just came up today.
No, you're just pro dog personally. You're just pro dog fucking.
And to be clear, and by the way, and to be crystal clear about this, I have argued this not obviously on Twitch, but I have argued about this with a couple people that I know. And even if they were eating cats and dogs, right, I wouldn't give a fuck. All right, I'm tired of people letting their fucking dog off the leash. And if your dog comes in my fucking yard and it gets eaten, I'm a hunter, right? What's the difference between me shooting a deer and me shooting the dog that comes into my property? And if I eat your dog that came into my property, that's your fault, not mine. I got no problem with eating dogs.
I didn't know you were going to turn into me, Lactoid. I would also, if I was hungry, I'd eat the shit out of a dog or cat.
Lactoid agreed.
Thank you.
It wouldn't even have to be in my yard. I'd go take it from yours.
Lactoid agreed. Right?
Property rights, bro.
If I'm dying.
Lactoid.
If you're dying,
hold on, one second. I agree with you, Lactoid, but here's the problem again, right? I believe I don't think I haven't looked at your Twitter, but of course I'm never on Twitter, so that's not a surprise. But sight unseen, I'm going to assume Lactoid's Twitter does not include any racist Haitian memes, right? Sight unseen, I'm going to assume that. And I also don't think that. Oh, I know your positions on these things. I don't think you would care if they actually were, right? So I don't think, once again, that you yourself are bigoted. But at every turn,
bigotry is not the deal breaker.
Turn, no, it's not even that. It's that you support it at every turn. You support it.
Defend
right?
it.
Yeah,
I don't actually support the comments, but if you are conflating supporting the person making them as supporting those comments.
Yeah, no.
You're a talented mental gymnast.
No, I was going to expand that.
Lawyer.
No, because we've been down this before, right? Down this road before. So, Lactoid, I know your positions. So, and we're talking about housing segregation. You're pro housing segregation. If people want to,
clarify that comment.
Yeah. So if people want to, if they want to have a racial covenant, if they want to have a racial covenant, if they want to decide, hey, this is a whites-only neighborhood, and through a contract,
a private HOA,
covenant, you would defend that racial covenant, correct?
I would defend the HOA's right to create that, but I would not enforce it on anybody.
Yeah. You wouldn't. No, you wouldn't do it yourself.
What jurisdiction are they in?
No. Remember, because
I wouldn't support the government doing that.
Because you see, Lactoid is moral, so he wouldn't do it himself. He would just enable them to do that thing, right?
It's not. Wait. It's not. Let me clarify. I'm not like obviously I wouldn't do it, but I'm going further. I'm going further than that. I wouldn't want the government to do it either. But I do think that it is an essential part of free association guaranteed by the First Amendment that if people want to get together and they want to exclude certain people within their own little group, that's perfectly fine. I haven't been invited to All Black Everything, and I perfectly respect your right to do that.
Yeah. When we're talking about housing, when we're talking about an essential to live, right, which be being able to be housed, that we would allow that within that space, racial covenants, right? And I know you wouldn't like the government to do it because you don't like the government in general. You don't want the government to do anything. We got that, right? But that's why I brought up private racial covenants. You'll defend those, right? You'll defend those. You defend them in court. If a person said that they were part of a private white racial covenant, you're like, okay, that sounds, well, you wouldn't say that sounds great. You just like, if you need any help defending yourself to be able to do this, I'll do that for you. You'd back them up. Of course you would. So I get it, Lactoid. You can hide behind this this distance you put between yourself, right? That you wouldn't do the action. You'll just defend the action and anyone else doing the action. Okay.
Yeah, my view on it is very similar to speech. People can say things that I think are horrific, but I will defend their right to say it.
Right. I think the main difference here is that these any type of place that you're talking about creating these types of things, like, via an HOA or whatever, is still under some sort of jurisdiction of like a city or a county or this, that, and the other, that is generally like bound by stuff like equal housing and stuff like that. So I don't think, morals aside and anti-racism aside, I don't think that would make sense anywhere but like Ancapistan.
Just to be clear, hold on. I understand like the law. Currently, legally, we have these laws in the books that prevent people from freely associating in certain circumstances. I get that. I'm just simply saying that you don't need Ancapistan to allow people to freely associate. And you all agree with this if the level gets localized enough, right? Surely none of you would want to, well, you can't discriminate based on race when it comes to dating choices. You can't discriminate based on race when it comes to roommate choices. You can't discriminate based on race with who you allow inside your house. We all agree that even if I personally don't have a problem with allowing people of any race to come into my house, I would defend the right of somebody to be racist and say, I'm not going to allow a black person in my house. I'd be like, well, why the fuck? And I'd argue with them. But at the end of the day, that's their house and they have a right to do that. And so the concept is, well, what if I bought a really big house that we moved a whole bunch of people in and had a community? Shouldn't that be able to be race segregated too? I think so. Really? Just like a house can.
Have fun in Elohim City or whatever.
I don't really necessarily care. Racist, not racist. Well, they're all racist at a certain point to me. It doesn't really matter.
They are. Who are you talking about? They? Who's
like politicians? Like it's not racist. They're bigoted. It's not like a bad thing necessarily. It is what it is. I've learned to accept it. Hence the whole that's why I vote, and I don't really care. I will vote regardless of the genocide thing. They all want genocide. Doesn't matter. But Lactoid, you scoffed when Ghosty said that a lot of people are ignorant. When me and Ghosty said a lot of people are ignorant, you scoffed, and you believe that you believe a lot of people are ignorant. You believe the majority of Americans are ignorant. That's why you want a voting IQ test because you believe most people wouldn't be able to vote. But then that's kind of why my character thing about the president's character is really important to me, because if you believe and I believe that a vast majority of Americans are ignorant, so then that when the ignorant Americans hear statements and rhetoric coming from the president, that it hits differently than when you hear it. So when you hear something about the Haitians or whatever, you can be like, I don't care, it doesn't matter. But when the vast majority of other Americans hear it, they're thinking the Haitians are coming, they're going to eat my dog. We have to take care of the Haitians. They hear that the Muslims are coming, they're a threat to our democracy. These are terrorists, these are this, these are that. So it's that's why when unfortunately the statements that come from a president are very important and the rhetoric that they have is important, which is why I think you should characters should be more Like it should be higher on your list. Because like the character of the president it affects the person, the group that you vote for. So for like right now, you're like voting Trump. Now January 6th, you might not think of it was like a big deal, but if something bigger happens, well then you were on that side and you were part of that side that would technically be like anti-democratic. Therefore, like the lack of judgment that you had. Boom, boom. Like you know what I'm saying?
Well, so it's not a lack of judgment. It's just it could be a miscalculation. Worst case scenario, it could be. Yeah, you're right. Like I could say, well, based on all my predictions of what the policy is going to be and everything, and the process that it's been used to get to where we are right now, I'm going to go ahead and vote for Trump. And then I vote for Trump, and then Trump gets into power, and he dissolves the Senate, he dissolves the House, and becomes a dictator for life. That is sure. There is some hyper minuscule, in my opinion, risk of that potentially happening. But sure. if that risk is realized, I'd feel pretty fucking stupid. Sure. Just like, by the way, if I stay home and don't vote, and then Kamala wins by 1 vote in my state, and then we get the shit that she's actively proposing, I'm also gonna feel stupid.
Yeah, but so, I mean, I think that's Prime's point when he's saying you're willing to turn like the eye to like all the statements that are being made because the statements show the person's character. The person's character shows what they're willing to do and what type of policy they're actually willing to enact and how far they're willing to take certain policies or certain things. Like their actions speak louder than their words.
Ollie, but this is what we're saying. What we're saying is like, okay, there's another aspect.
I know what you're saying.
But you're not what I'm saying. I understand we are listening. We understand this in depth. I'm like my thing is this, right? You're not really looking at it. Okay, did Trump make an off-color topic about Haitians that was terrible, was reprehensible, but not nice? Sure, I will grant that, right? But what he's speaking is yes, it's a stereotype, but because it's a microcosm. There is an issue with immigration as a whole. They've been saying for months, Republicans they've been saying for months that there are not just Mexican illegal immigrants coming, that it's massive groups of non-Mexican immigrants that are coming. This is a new wave of immigration that's totally different.
Non-white immigrants.
That's not doesn't matter. Well,
non-Mexican.
But it matters because there's traditional immigration from the South has been mainly Hispanic Mexicans who have a very close cultural ties to the United States. Very different than say in Europe, right, where it's a very drastic different cultural thing. So we've had a very good style of immigration here. It's been very different. Not a lot of crime. We've seen the crime in Europe. The immigration stats are way different, right? So when we look and we go see that now all of a sudden 40% of the immigrants at the border are not people from the traditional areas. Okay, this is a large group of people coming in mass. It's overwhelming infrastructure. This wasn't a problem in any of these states until we shipped them to New York from Texas. We shipped them to Chicago from Texas. This is a broader problem. And sure that this might be a hyperbole or a bad statement, or maybe he got bamboozled by a bullshit thing on Twitter. I don't know. I don't agree with it. However, it's not like he's going to come in here and be like, we're rounding up the Haitians. No one thinks that. What he's going to do is hopefully...
He's actually talked about that. That's fake news. He literally
I haven't seen that.
They asked him about this specifically. He said he's going to use...
He's going to round up illegal immigrants.
Illegal
denaturalization.
Which is going to go door to door, right?
He's going to get illegal immigrants that are here illegally. That's what he's going to get.
Ejecting 11 million people, right? Are you going to send all officers door to door?
Listen, that is not the policy that I would prefer. I would prefer an amnesty after we secure, kind of thing. Let's stop the flow, and then maybe we talk about these 11 million people here that are here to work. Sure, but other Republicans are. But it's also like, what is he going to get passed? He's not going to put up the death camps. We're not going to have Auschwitz for the Haitians. That's not what's happening.
I know, but the rhetoric he uses, like when he says he wants to kick out most of the pro-Palestinian protesters because they're terrorist sympathizers. This is rhetoric that
Hamas is a terrorist organization. I hate to break it.
Yeah, but being pro-Palestine isn't terrorist.
No, but whenever you're supporting Hamas, I would argue that it's supporting terrorism.
So
I mean, okay, but then I would argue. Wait. Then I would argue that supporting the IDF is terrorism. Now what?
One is national backed government. It's totally different. You can say supporting the IDF.
Optics and perception, baby. Optics and perception.
Okay, and IDF is a legitimate military force. You could also say, it's not terrorism.
A legitimate military force that can't be
wrong.
I don't know what you know.
Because the IDF is purposely targeting children at music festivals, while
they're just targeting children in schools and hospitals and on roads.
They're not targeting them.
They're not targeting. They're targeting Hamas, who's using shields.
They're actively
targeting targeting them.
It's launching missiles from them.
I won't let you come on the platform and pretend like they haven't been targeting civilians.
It's two terrorists fighting. I don't care.
They actually have been targeting civilians. Let's not bullshit that, right?
Hamas is there too, using them as shields.
Yeah, that's fine. Two terrorists fighting.
Hold on.
Hamas not using them as shields.
Hey. We're not going to spread idea propaganda here. They actually have been targeting civilians. They say afterwards, there was a Hamas militant underneath all these sleeping children, right? But no, we're not going to spread that here. We understand they have been targeting civilians. Let's not bullshit that. They target them in safe zones. They target them in refugee camps, right? But wherever they do that, oh yes, of course, there was a Hamas militant. Where's the proof? They don't even bother showing them proof anymore. They don't even.
I'm good with calling them both terrorists. I don't
even try. So let's not.
I would agree with you on that, Ollie. We can use that.
So then I don't care.
We're not spreading idea.
Either way, you're spreading terrorism.
They absolutely targeted civilians. They do it all the goddamn time. Corey.
Gibbs. So like from what I understand, you don't like taxes, and especially even the taxes you do pay, you don't like them to be, squandered or wasted. Is that like a fair characterization?
Yeah.
So I'm curious, how do you process based, and I could be mistaken, but from what I understand, like Trump has essentially, like I think explicitly said, he's going to carry out the biggest deportation in history of mass deportation. Sure. Do you think that's a good allocation of resources and tax dollars? Do you think that's is that example of good allocation of resources or squandering your tax dollars? What do you think what type of infrastructure and let's say human power is required to do a mass deportation of millions of people? Do you think that's
perfect.
An easy undertaking?
I could actually answer that pretty I think well. So I actually think that the bill that Trump pushed in 2018 is actually a pretty good bill that I wanted, would have thought was a good allocation of tax dollars, and it would have been a mass deportation, but it would have allowed a lot of people to stay. I would have preferred more immigration reform, honestly. I think that more people should be allowed to come easier, right? But increasing the number of judges, increasing the wall, I think these are both good things. I think there's all the things the Dems wanted in this previous bill, but plus more. And Trump even pushed for the Dreamers to be in there, but parts of the Republican base revolted against him on that. So you can't even fault Trump for that. So it seems like Trump was actually wanting to give the Dems more on immigration, even though his base wanted to. So in my opinion, I think we can point to the evidence and show that Trump is okay with reform for immigration. Trump does want these things. Now, as for your personal question about my personal tax dollars, I think immigration is important. I think if you are increasing the number of judges and you decrease the flow, that is going to lead to the largest number of illegals being sent out ever, right? That's just what's going to happen. But I think since I'm such a strong proponent of immigration reform and of border security on both sides, because you damn Canadians, y'all deserve drone strikes too. That we, I think that we need to actually have secure borders and immigration reform, and I think that would be a good allocation of tax dollars. I would like them spent there as opposed to transgender surgeries in prisons.
Okay, and maybe also just to clarify, if it turns out that it's almost to the scale, it's not what you said in terms of it's increased judges and all that stuff, but it's really he's rounding up illegal immigrants, and pretty much sort of a military force to do that. Do you think that's a good allocation of resources if it's to that extent?
Wait, using the military to round them up?
Well, obviously,
the 11 million people thing.
Yeah, again, it's not through judges. It's literally whatever through ICE or whatnot.
Well, it would be enforcement. It'd be enforcement. Right? I mean, do I think it's a good allocation of resources? I mean, I think it might be a necessary one if they actually implement the full border security and the reform with the judges. A lot of that would be following up on warrants, that are issued.
Yeah, but what if it's zero judges? What because I from what I understand, he's just using the rhetoric of mass deportation. Okay, so I don't know. I don't think he's.
I can only once again. I mean, I can only look to the bill that he got behind in 2018 to see what I think his policy would be, right? And in that bill, he supported a lot of judges. What if it's no judges? Then no, I would not think it's a good allocation. Right, because if there's no judges, but if it is with judges and it's a good number, and plus other things that need to be reformed, like increased security as well as facilities for the people that are already here, there's lots of things that need to be built in regards to this. Then I would say that is a good use of the money. So I mean, in your hypothetical where there's no judges, no.
Okay, fair enough. And just to maybe for Lactoid to clarify where your line is.
I personally don't think it's a good expenditure of money, but
okay, yeah, but going back to sort of one of the past topics in terms of whatever deal breakers and the bigotry or perceived bigotry, not a deal breaker, and so I think as of right now, nothing in Trump's rhetoric has like discouraged you from voting for him. Okay, and so I'm curious, like, let's say, for example, okay, I think everyone knows whatever, going back whatever now a number of years, the locker room talk, and grab women by the whatever. What if he had said, you're all about protecting children? What if he said grab little girls? Would that be a deal breaker for you, or you would that's like that's a -10 for you?
That might be that would be a lot more than a -10. That would be
like a big one.
That'd be a big one. Like,
but not a deal breaker.
Well, it's not like if Kamala was saying we're gonna like
probably be a deal
hold on, hold on. But Gibbs, what if Kamala was saying we're gonna put like all the Jews in camps? Like,
she's not saying that. I mean, all things given.
Yeah, but I'm saying, but like,
whoa. Let me. Like, so I'm saying, hold all things equal. Okay,
all things equal.
All things
equal. Yeah. All things.
I'm modifying that line.
Those statements.
Yes, all things equal. All things equal, except like a tape comes out that says that he's like a, grabbing little girls.
No, just like same scenario. Just like the line is revised. It's like
with little girls, like young minors. Yeah, then I'm voting for Chase Oliver, no doubt.
Yeah, I would vote for somebody else as well, all things equal at that point. Yeah, that's a pretty easy one for me.
That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. All right. Haitians eating dogs, not nearly as bad.
Okay.
I mean,
fair enough.
That's like one statement that you're focusing on. It's like a collection of statements that would
the collection wouldn't be as bad.
So what if Trump was on the
once
Epstein?
Again, I think it's a fair show of character.
What if he was hanging out with Epstein?
What if he's on the Epstein?
I looked into that. There's no evidence that he was involved.
I'm saying, what if he fucker? Hear what I said. Respond to what I said.
That wouldn't be.
What if he were?
Well, hold on. Just on the flight list, do we have evidence that he actually
on the list to the island to the?
I'd want him to explain that.
If you can't say that's a deal breaker.
No, because a lot of people who went there didn't actually engage in the shit, right? But some of them did.
You know this?
I mean, based on their statements, I guess we don't know for sure.
Is that what you witnessed personally?
They made statements.
I never had the opportunity, Parallax, to go to.
You were never invited on otherwise.
I was never invited. I guess I'm not important enough.
I just want to know what the alternative statement would be other than I didn't do anything. Were they going to get up and just make statements like, yeah, of course I was there and I did the shit.
Yeah. What do you mean you need him to explain it? He'd be like,
the explanation that I would need. He has specifically said
with my wife.
He specifically said that he's never been there, and so I would need an explanation as to, well, hey, didn't you say that you had never been there? Why do we have you on the flight list going there? What's that all about?
It felt like he was RFK. He was like, "Hey, I have some skeletons in my closet. Moving on." Like,
that would be fucked for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like,
there are circumstances. I agree. There's circumstances that would make like character is very low in the totem pole. There are certain character flaws, like perhaps.
Okay, wait a minute. But then let's talk about this then, because this is an old one. So our friend Corey talks about it says that like bring up the example of Trump grabbing young girls, right? If you had done that, no, that would change your calculation. Okay, right? So we don't have any allegations of Trump doing that. However, what we do have is Trump
technically have allegations of that.
But Trump would walk into the Miss Teen USA contested room. Right, so where girls, 15, 16-year-olds are getting dressed. The allegations he would just walk in, and just look around, right, saying, "Girls, oh, don't worry, I've seen it all before." Those are the allegations. One made by a Miss Teen USA herself, right, and then several others, at least three or four others, anonymously also made that allegation. This came from a BuzzFeed article.
He also wants to fuck his daughter.
And then inappropriate comments about his daughter all the time.
And then hold on. Also, Trump on a separate occasion, a few days before this was said, Trump talked about going backstage and looking into the contestant room, not for Miss Teen USA, but he meant for Miss USA and Miss Universe, right? He'll say, well, I'll tell you the funniest thing is that I'll go backstage before a show and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere, and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm expecting I want to make sure that everything is good. You know the dresses. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that. But no, I've been very good. Yeah, matches exactly what's said by the Miss Teen USA candidate. When she says, hold on, she says, 4 women who competed in the 1997 Miss Teen USA beauty pageant said Donald Trump walked into the into a dressing room while contestants, some as young as 15, were changing. And this is a quote: "I remember putting on my dress really quick because I was like, oh my God, there's a man in here," said Mariah Belado, the former Miss Vermont Teen USA. So yeah, what about that? What about
the quote of the 11 contestants who said they don't remember Trump coming into the changing room? Some said it was possible that it happened while they weren't in the room or that they didn't notice, but most were dubious or dismissed the possibility out of hand. More than double the people are highly the contestants.
Either they didn't see it. Either they didn't see it.
Yeah, they're saying it's possible. They're saying it's possible, or perhaps we didn't notice. But they said it. But they said it was dubious or dismissed out of hand. And he denies it. This is not conclusive proof.
Yeah, and he actively says he did the exact same behavior, right?
He said it
for adults, right?
He didn't. No, he didn't.
Go on.
No, he said he didn't.
Yes, he did. I read you the exact quote from Donald Trump. He was referring to.
He said he could get away with that stuff.
Pageants. He actually said that. Those are his words.
Miss Universe or the Miss Wisconsin Teen USA?
I said Miss USA and Miss Universe. I said that's what he was referring to. So
those were adults.
I made that distinction.
Is that okay because they're adults?
I don't think it's a breaking factor for somebody to walk in. I mean, I don't know the full context of it, but no, it would be like a breaking factor.
Corey,
if they're adults, are they adults?
You don't think it's like morally condemnable enough for a dude to walk into female dressing rooms knowing he's abusing the position of power he's in? You don't think that's enough?
I'll have to look at the context.
By his own admission?
I'm sure you have a problem with transgender bathrooms, though, right?
No, I don't.
He read the context verbatim. He said he'd walk in, and because it was his pageants and he ran them, like he was allowed to walk in. He was the only guy there, so he was allowed to get away with the kind of stuff. And a lot of times he'd just walk in, and the girls would be naked, and he'd be checking on the dresses and staring at them. I mean, that's like 1 for 1. Like,
Corey and Gibbs.
It was a Miss Teen America competitor, to be clear.
And well, I guess to add on, and
no, Miss Teen USA. Miss USA is different from Miss America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If it's a teen competitor making the complaint, it seems.
Wait! Hold on a minute. Let me just ask, because you brought up the trans thing. If let's say Trump identified as a woman and walked in where all the women were naked, then it'd be perfectly fine, right?
Well, no, because people aren't naked in a bathroom.
No, they were naked. They were in the changing room naked, and he walked in. The problem, I'm guessing, is that he was a man, right?
Yeah.
Mental
The
gymnastics.
problem is why he was in there.
Yeah, exactly.
They were looking at each other naked. They were all naked in there. But then he walks in, and all of a sudden it's a problem because he's a man. Well, what if he just identified as a woman? Then you guys wouldn't have any problem with that.
Wait, no, I'd have a problem with that.
If only he was
viewing them.
I would absolutely have a problem with that if they hadn't consented. Yes, I would. What are you talking about?
Yeah, no,
it's not their business.
They were all in there naked together. What are you talking about? They were looking at each other naked.
They consented to being naked together, not with him, idiot. Holy fuck! Do you think because
someone
consents to fuck your brother,
you think they specifically can I consent to this woman who walks in and then she starts getting naked. Oh, I consent to this woman that walks in and then she starts getting naked. Hold on. What if one of the women walks in and doesn't get naked? Do they not consent to her? This particular woman? All of them naked? What's that all about?
You're being disingenuous.
Hold on.
It's not disingenuous.
A changing room and a locker room.
You guys have a problem with it because he's a man. That's why you have a problem with it.
Can we pretend that? Let's do a hypothetical.
We can solve this really quick. We have women here, right? We can ask them. We can ask them how they feel. We got women here, right? Hey, ladies, right? If you are in a changing room situation, right? Let's say, I don't know, let's
locker room.
Let's say you're cheerleaders or something. I don't know, whatever, right? And a stranger walks in off the street, right? Now they're a woman, but you don't know who this woman is. She's not your coach. She's not anything to you, right? She just a woman walks in while you're changing. Is that okay?
No.
No.
What are you talking about? In high school, you would go into changing rooms and you wouldn't know all the different students that walked in.
Yeah, I know.
You would get in the
There's an
changing
agreed
room
upon
and there'd be
consent.
other people
Right,
walking
There's an
in.
agreed
Y'all
upon
have
Lactoid, what I'm
purpose for
talking
being
about.
in there.
college,
The
all
problem.
sports.
Wait.
Lactoid,
The coaches
company-
never came in the locker rooms. The coaches
Yeah.
never came in the locker
Never.
rooms.
Exactly,
Yeah.
because that'd be weird.
I had a different high school experience because our our male coaches would come into the male locker room
Well,
all the time.
Then
Yes.
you should maybe file suit about that. The point is, that they are agreeing for authorized people to be in there, right? It wasn't like, hey, any woman off the street can walk into the locker room or the changing room. Of course not. Any unauthorized individual, no matter what their sex, can't be in there. He is unauthorized, even as the owner.
Exactly.
He is the unauthorized to be walking in the changing room.
Lactoid, you know that there's an agreed.
He was authorized. He was authorized.
Not authorized.
He was authorized. He was the owner. He was authorized.
When you're at the gym, when you're going into the gym locker room, you're making the decision. You know that you're going to be around potential strangers. You're taking
At or naked.
Yes, but there's a difference between a potential stranger walking in and peeping in on you, which is then
hold on.
reported
Are there like
and
male
weird
makeup
versus
artists in there?
everyone
I just have a question.
changing
I have
and
a
being
no,
a part of the group.
In a public place versus private.
We're gonna go order.
Can I respond to Ali?
Very quickly, and then we're
going. Yeah.
Corey, Gibbs, and
I think this stranger argument is the weakest of all arguments. These beauty pageant members.
It's not stranger.
True, I agree with
Well, people are saying that because these beauty pageant members, they're not friends with each other. They're all jumping into this competition.
Strangers. I agree.
Yes,
They're authorized.
And they're all. Trump is authorized. He's the owner. He is authorized.
No, he's not.
Wait.
He said he's authorized. He is the owner.
He is authorized. That's why he was allowed to walk in to begin with. That's why he was the.
So he's authorized.
That's taking advantage of his power, though.
Yes,
Right.
He is authorized, but he knows that he shouldn't be in there. He knows what he's doing when he's there. That's why he goes before the performances while they're getting changed. He doesn't go after they're ready. He doesn't wait for them. He doesn't wait for them outside of the dressing room. He goes in specifically, and he was gloating about the fact that he's allowed to do so.
This is ridiculous. Hold on.
No, it's not ridiculous.
You mean that he was authorized?
He was bragging.
He was gloating about.
If only he identified as a woman, you guys would never problem with it.
I love this.
Yes, I would.
let me do this.
Except for you, Ali. Except for you.
In case you don't know about Lactoid, he deals with corporate law, right? He deals with people, corporations being accused of bad behavior, right? And so, according to Lactoid,
I do.
And his legal advice, if you are the owner, right, owner of a business.
This is not my advice.
You're authorized.
And you have
You're
a female,
authorized.
hold on.
This is not my advice.
No. Let's do this. If you have a female bathroom, right? Well, then the male owner can walk into the female. It's his business. He owns it. He's authorized to be in there. And so if the ladies are in states of undress in there, well, yeah, I'm the owner, ladies, right? How are you doing? This will be his legal advice. Thank you for that, Lactoid. Let's go to Corey.
Wait. I have to clarify. I have to clarify this because this literally does have to do with my profession. This is not legal advice that I'm giving you, or anybody in the audience. Just to be clear. Now, you can
because it might be a problem. Okay, all right, but they're authorized, I suppose.
I mean, lawyers kind of have to say that.
Corey Gibbs, gotcha.
I guess to your credit, Lactoid, we established a baseline, at least I did, in terms of I revised the comment that he made, and the little girl is too far for you. So what about I'll link it in the Discord chat, because this is caught on video, where Trump is making this comment to what appears to be a very underage girl, I think 14, and he explicitly says I'll be dating you in 10 years. Is that also where does that rate for you?
Grooming. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I'll have to watch this clip, I guess.
It's 13 seconds, so you have the time now.
Okay. Can I go?
I love assertive Corey.
Sure. And after he that we can get an lecture response.
So I think a couple of things. This is really rich, right? On the part of this. One, how many of y'all were going to vote Dim? I know not Dim, not Kamal. I know you weren't going to vote for Biden, Prime. But who here was going to vote for Biden before this? Everybody, all the Dems. Okay, great. We have on record. We know this definitively. Snopes has proven it to be true. We found it to be true definitively that Ashley Biden said her father, Joe Biden, inappropriately showered with her.
Did she say inappropriately?
Yes, inappropriately showered. Whether Snopes deemed it to be true, I have the link right here. We can post it. True, not partially true, not whatever true. 100% true. I'm gonna post it in the group chat that we got here. All right, that's from Snopes. All right, so that's a left-leaning truth fact organization. So they deemed this to be true. Y'all were okay with voting for that. So the double standard disingenuity.
Well, I didn't know that.
Is hilarious.
So that is
hilarious.
I didn't. Wait. I didn't know that.
Secondly, when we're talking about authorized males,
no, you can't. Use that as a point.
Secondly, when we talk about authorized males, let's talk about people that are in there. Do y'all have a problem with the male makeup artists that were in there getting people ready? Do y'all have a problem with? Hold on. You have a problem with male producers for the television show being in there? Oh, good. So then, why would you have a problem?
Wait, in the locker room, the producer,
they're authorized.
Why would you have a problem with a male owner of the organization who's been a TV personality for decades, successful TV personality, coming in and maybe making suggestions on in an organization? Hold on. In an organization that you know of, that this man has been in the
That's what he told us.
Hold on. That has been in there for decades in the TV industry. He owns the organ. Hold on, stop. I let you talk. I waited. So he got in there. He went in there when he's organized. He owns the company. Hypothetically, I don't know if he actually did go in there. There seems to be questions about that. But I don't know if I see a problem with a man who owns it, who's got the experience, going in there, looking around and going, hey, this is what would be better here. Maybe I make a suggestion there. When he's owning it and he's financially invested.
You shot yourself in the foot. The guy who's media
just
trained.
Admit it.
Okay.
No, shh. Ollie, stop. I waited. I let you go. I'm going now.
We gotta let him go. Go ahead.
I'm saying if he's got the experience and he goes in there and he owns it, he's got a financial interest. These are all plenty of reasons to go there and potentially go in there. And for y'all to sit here on y'all's high horse and act like that's not is ridiculous. Because I don't see y'all talking about any of the male makeup artists. I don't see y'all talking about any.
They're doing a job.
Yeah, it's bullshit. He's doing a job. He's ensuring
he's not. He's staring at naked women.
According to you, he might be in the going. Maybe this outfit looks better. Oh, I remember when telling us the story. You don't know what he's doing. We don't know. We don't know. There's no one
told us.
We don't know shit. We don't know anything.
The guy who you just told me.
Ashley Biden told us, and y'all hand wave that shit. So I don't know.
I just found out about this. So chill. You just told me that the guy who's super media trained, knows what he's doing, is super proficient in media, should be able to go in and listen. If he went in and he gave them tips, I'm down. That's not a problem. But he himself, Mr. Media Man, Mr. I've been on camera my whole life, came up and told us, there's a quote directly from him where he's like, yeah, I'd go in, I'd get to look at him. He didn't say he offered it. He didn't say he offered any advice. He just told us he went in, got to check him out and leave. So I mean, like the person who's media trained.
According to you.
No. According to him.
According to Donald Trump.
And maybe he made suggestions after. We don't know. He's owned the organization for years. You don't know, all of his business dealings.
All we have is the facts in front of us. Maybe that's how we go
with. Katya go in, and then Lactwood, you can respond to Corey's thing.
Right. So back to
we're gonna move on after that. We're gonna move on to the actual topic.
Can I
add
something real quick, Prime, before we move on?
Right. Okay. So back to earlier when we were talking about like if it's a woman versus if it's Trump. Honestly, we've been talking about, like if they were authorized or what their gender is. The main thing here, I think, is the purpose. Because if a woman, like if let's say that Trump was like, just a woman, not trans, not just like a cisgender woman, and she was rolling up and like staring at people's boobs and butts for no reason and just like dipped. Or just walked around and was like, hey guys, yeah, looking good. Like creepily. I mean, that would be a little bit fucked up too. That'd be a problem too. It's about what he's doing or if he has a purpose in there. Male makeup artists, male fashion people, they have a reason to be in there. They're doing a job. They're doing a purpose. But Donald Trump, his purpose was to look at girls, and he said that himself more or less, that he can do that because he's the owner.
Yeah, he was bragging about it.
Also, for what it's worth, Gibbs, I don't know why you think that this is some kind of own. It's really easy for me to just say, knowing that is true about Biden, I rescind my support for him. Yeah. It's not.
Well, how did you not know? How did you not know this was a true thing? Like,
because the same reason Snopes had to revise their fucking article, because no one knew for certain until relatively recently. And so now, will you rescind your support for the dude walking in on teenage girls? Yes or no?
teenagers. Well, we don't know.
I haven't seen what you're true.
We do because the teenage
know
girls have
adult
testified
girls.
that he did. Okay, even the adults. Will you use this in court?
That he did not.
Well,
I'll do the adult girl thing.
13-second video. You should give that a watch.
Yeah, Lactoid. Did you watch the?
Oh, yeah, I did. It's not like overtly pedophilic. It is sleazy, but it is like if you listen to the way he says it, it's clearly like a. You're gonna be such a lady killer when you grow up, like that kind of.
Same way when he talks about his daughter,
you guys will
he's
hand
calling
wave
him
fucking
Brock.
anything, and then claim we won't take responsibility for shit. You'll hand wave fucking
putting
anything.
his charitable spin.
It's too bad his daughter is so hot he can't sleep with her. Such a shame.
Go listen. This is not a over charitable understanding of the video. I just literally had it up on my phone and I listened to it. That's exactly how it came across.
Okay, well, no. How about you quote it then? Quote it. Like, describe the scenario as objectively.
I think you have to hear the way he says it. You've got to hear the way he says it. So
what is it? What does it say? What does he say?
You should post the video in Prime's chat so people can hear how he said
it.
I think the way he says it, given that it does feel like you'll grow up to be a lady killer.
Would it multiple statements that kind of sound like a little sleazy, but not overtly anything? Multiple statements stacked upon each other.
It could be sleazy.
Character, right?
Yeah. The sleaziness. The sleaziness, I'm sure, is like going to be some negative points for sure. I agree with you that there's like a level of sleaziness as well, perhaps with the adult locker room situation as well. Again, there's gonna be some negative points. But just to be clear, the question was originally if he said he was grabbing minors, would this be the deal breaker? And that could be a deal breaker, but thus far you haven't presented other things that are.
We have presented that Rocky was showering with his daughter.
So if he said that,
enough statements. Oh, go on.
If he said that to your daughter, Lactoid, that wouldn't be a deal breaker for you. You'd be like, well, my daughter's gonna be a lady killer. That's how you would interpret it.
That is not how that came across to me. Holy fuck.
That's how it came across to me. If he said it the way he said it in that video, probably not.
So
I'm gonna be dating her in 10. If he said to your daughter, I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years.
But how many girls do that to boys? Like all these.
Thank you.
He did not say it like that. Just to be clear,
I see women do that to little boys all the time.
But so last thing I'll say. Fuck. What's the last thing? I was gonna say something to you, Lactoid. And it's gonna be devastating. You aren't gonna be able to recover from it. Fuck. God damn it. Literally just left my mind. Okay. Well, it is what it is. We'll just have to.
Wait. So if you think it's principle to just vote for someone because of the policy, like you don't think it's not principle to look at someone's character, know that their character would be negative, and still assume that they're going to uphold the policies that you believe that they're going to vote for? How is that not principle? How is that principled?
No, John Edwards cheated on his wife, but he still could have good policy. There could be situations. Donald Trump.
That's one thing. That's one thing. I'm saying there's a judgment of entire character in terms of
So
he probably did. He denies it, but it's probably true.
Maybe
allegedly. Hold
on. What did you just say was probably true? Because maybe I was just
that he cheated on his wife with Stormy Daniels.
Okay. I wasn't the thing I was aiming for. Okay, so considering everything that we've read, right? Talk in terms of his statements about the Miss USA and Miss Universe pageants, actually bragging about walking into the rooms with them changing and undressing, and the grab him by the pussy comment, and the video that you saw
watched
with the hey, I'll be dating these teenagers in 10 years, right? Now I know you don't have evidence. We do have evidence. We do have testimony, but I don't even have direct evidence that he walked into the Missing USA pageant. I know we don't have direct evidence other than that those few bits of testimony. But do you think, right, looking at this type of character, that it's probable that he might have done something like this?
For children, no. I don't think you can make that leap, right? There is a line here between adults and children that I think people generally recognize.
But no. People, I agree. People do that. We're talking about Donald Trump,
including him.
Despite everything else that we've.
I don't know. Beauty pageants are pretty grotesque. So
the
host one.
Ideally, beauty pageants would just be gotten rid of completely.
Yeah,
But generally,
to be like a host of one, and then to be I don't know.
I don't care about that.
Doesn't really put it out of character for me.
Especially child beauty pageants, just like.
Well, I just found a video of Biden doing almost the exact same thing. I just watched the video.
We don't mind.
You don't think
I never liked Biden.
Okay. I think it's pretty dishonest to say it's not probable that somehow Donald Trump would make the distinction, despite testimony saying that he didn't, him bragging about doing to older women, him having a general disregard for the body integrity of women, like with the grabbing by the pussy statement, all of that. And then you can't say, it's not even probable. No, I can't say it's probable that he copied the exact same behavior that he said he did with the adults, with the children. Right, this person who's talked about even his underage daughter wanting to date her, wanting to date various underage women. Okay, sure. Well, I guess we can't make logical
judgments.
Jumps there. Judgments. All right, so we're gonna move on to the next topic. Thanks all, first of all, for being here. If you are new to the channel, hey, thanks for being here. Follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. We'd love to have you. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. Right now, all of you have notifications on. I think a great deal of you don't. So consider putting notifications on. We'd love to have you. Anytime we do go live. If you're new, if you're from the CuteBot channel and you've still stuck around with us, thanks so much. But also consider supporting the channel. If you like this, you'll get ad-free viewing. You'll get access to our emotes. You'll be keeping this channel alive for one more week. If you have Amazon Prime, subscribe gaming, use that here. Remember, it is September. Your subs go farther. So if there's any time to support the channel, it will be now. Consider doing that. Sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs. And if you give bits, you'll which gives extra bits on top of that. So I think it was like 300, at least 300 bits, I believe. Twitch gives extra bits on top of it. So your money does go farther. Now's the time to support this community if you can. Thanks so much to anyone who does. Oh, and remember, if you're on YouTube land, you want to have your comments read and responded to, we will respond to super chats. So I'm keeping an eye on it. Corey's trying to obfuscate. Corey doesn't want me to read your super chats. He can't stand it.
Hey, I can bring up Saturday and all that you missed Saturday, but I'm not going to go there.
Okay. No. 1 second. Naritas, thank you for getting 10 subs. That's really kind of you, Naritas. Naritas has been a kind of. Naritas disagrees with me all the time. Naritas was like spamming the chat with how awful all my comments were at the start of the stream. But Naritas has specifically supported this community all the time, regularly. So I appreciate you, Naritas, for always doing that, despite the fact that we are on opposite ends of the political spectrum. So thank you, Naritas. And then Icarich gifted 301 bits, and Twitch gave 45 bits, I think. We had 30 bits. 30 bits and 15 bonus bits, so 45 bits altogether. Because of that, we are one donation away from a level, from a hype train, right? So consider supporting the channel. We'll probably actually be on level 2 if we get this hype train started. So now's the time. Again, your money goes farther, right? If you're going to support this channel, now's a great time in September. You see right there, Aiko. He got extra bits added on to his gift there. Thank you, Aiko Rich, for the kindness. And Naritas got a discount on those 10 gifted subs. We get one more person. How about the channel? Sub to the channel, give bits or gift subs, or resub. Resubs count as well. We can start ourselves a hype train. How about the channel? If you could. All right. While we're waiting and hoping that someone will assist the channel starting a hype train, we'll get started. I'm gonna read the topic. We didn't do introductions. We'll do introductions as we're going around. Okay. So I'll read the topic. There has been an apparent second attempt on Donald Trump's life. A man with a rifle managed to infiltrate Trump's golf course and exchange gunfire with the Secret Service. At the same time, students who survived the Sandy Hook massacre will be voting in their first presidential election this year. Since the 2012 incident, there has been an endless spree of gun violence with little response from the federal government. What does this say about the United States that it can't seem to respond to this crisis? Whether you are pro or anti-gun, shouldn't the government be able to address the concerns of its citizens? What would you say to the now 18-year-old Sandy Hook survivors about the chances that anything will change in one direction or the other? Thank you, Corey Campbell. Hey, Corey Campbell, off to get the 300 bits. Starting us on the hype train. Twitch gave us 45 extra bits. We're on a hype train. At level 2, hype train, 67% done. Was that 23% left? No, 32. 33. Shut up. I haven't done this math in a while because we haven't had a hype train in a while. All right, so let me do more math. Corey did this on purpose. But
break my abacus.
33% done. 33% left. So help us get to a level 3 hype train. We're actually quite close. If you're out there, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Okay. So back to that topic. We have unfortunately, again, another person tried to take a shot at Trump, but this comes with a spree of violence. I thought it was very interesting, this article talking about the Sandy Hook survivors. They went and at least a portion of them went and met with Kamala Harris, right? And there was a lot of young enthusiasm with them, right? Like Kamala Harris said, "Oh yeah, by supporting me, you're moving the needle on this issue." I don't quite believe that. But I'm curious if other people do. There's been a lot of rhetoric on the national level, but very, very, very little done there. What does it say about our country with this problem that we're dealing with constantly? We just had another mass shooting at a school. And even if you are pro-gun, that we haven't actually managed to put a dent in this. I'm assuming even people who are pro-gun think this is an issue that they would like to solve, right? Massive gun violence with the country. I'm assuming. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out. But no matter what side you're on, does it say something about our nation and its ability to govern in general? Well, this is a crisis we can't seem to respond to. Once again, 2.5 minutes before we're going to go around and we're going to do introductions here. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock. Help save the hype train. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Now's the time to do so, right? We're almost there to level 3 hype train. Sub to the channel, give bits, get subs, or resubs help as well. Okay, let's start with our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, my name is Lactoid. You could find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm going to address the last question first. What would I tell these 18-year-old kids? I don't know, man. I don't. Generally speaking, 18-year-olds are not politically informed, and they tend to be more influenced by social pressure when it comes to their politics, as opposed to any kind of running through what positions that they feel is most similar to their principles, and really even knowing what principles that they have. There's a strong argument, I think, to not even allow 18-year-olds to vote or consider them adults. I don't know about that, but I think that's compounded with there's a confounding factor here with them that they were victims of a shooting, right? Which is going to fuck you up a little bit, and it's going to obviously influence your position. So I wouldn't have a conversation with these kids. It would entirely be useless. There's no way that it would come across with me not sounding like an asshole, and they're not going to change their mind anyway. So I wouldn't even talk to them. The general question of what would I do as to gun violence, mass gun violence in this case, is if there's some base level solutions that are available, like enhanced security at schools or other political offices or other things that can help prevent situations like Sandy Hook from happening, I think that's fine, right? The fact that a lot of schools are using locks and having limited points of entry, I think, is a good idea. Not only for shooters, but also just generally speaking, potential threats to the students coming into the school. I would like to see more of that. But if we're talking about gun bans, I don't think this is a solution, right? Because unfortunately, and yeah, it's unfortunate that school shootings happen, but when we're looking at as an overall percentage of gun violence, that is vanishingly small, right? In the United States, based on the stats that I last looked at, 6% of homicides are committed with a rifle or a shotgun. The vast majority of homicides are committed with handguns. And the proposed solutions that keep getting put forward are, high capacity magazine bans and AR bans. We did have an AR ban in the 90s in this country. There was, although there was some moderate impact on mass shootings, I think this is important, there was no statistically significant effect on crime or homicide, generally speaking. And this is because mass shootings are a rounding error when it comes to homicides in the United States. They aren't a big enough problem to be banning critical freedoms that a lot of much larger percentages of Americans enjoy. So if we're just talking about, some safety procedures for schools, big fan of that. Safety procedures for presidents, Secret Service protection, big fan of that, makes sense. Banning AR-style sporting rifles, absolutely not. It just doesn't make sense from a cost benefit. I understand that, moms against drunk driving, might say yeah, we got to ban all alcohol because, my kid died. I understand their sorrow and they're going to be emotional about this. And I wouldn't argue with them about that subject either, but there's no fucking way I'm banning alcohol. So.
Thanks so much. We'll go to our friend Gibbs. Thanks for being here, Gibbs. But before you answer this, we had a bit message from Michael Rich. He says he wants Gibbs to elaborate on how Trump is just like Kathy Griffin. So yeah, if you could do that.
Yeah, I mean, one of them is literally holding up the head of Donald Trump. One of them is metaphorically holding up this idea that there might be dogs and cats going missing and getting eaten in Ohio. I mean, they seem fairly equivalent, with one being much worse to me. That being the one where he's literally beheaded because she doesn't like what he has to say when he says mean tweets. So, I mean...
Maybe it's his real head.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if there was real cats and dogs, who knows? Like, that feels the same to me, but, maybe that's just me. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and get into the weeds with you on that one, Aiko, but it seems like we're punching pretty lowbrow today, and if I'm saying that, then it's real low.
Okay. But Gibbs, your introduction.
Oh, yeah, my bad. I'm sorry. Yeah, so I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. I do variety streaming and politics, obviously. We're Prime regular. We love it here. It's fun stuff. So first of all, I would want to say that America does have a problem, and the average American is fucking sick of this problem. The problem is not guns. The problem is outright lying and manipulation being done by the dishonest Dems and their cronies. Dana Bash, a well-known Democrat commentator, admitted to their party is for the beta cuck soy boys. This came as a surprise to no one. What's so insidious about this is the rebranding, the manipulation. The problem here in the United States isn't gun or gun ownership. It's mental illness and the enabling of it. Literally less than I guess it's 3 hours now ago, while I was picking up Pizza Hut for me and my friend, I witnessed a 6'4", 350-pound individual with a beard bigger than mine, longer hair than mine, painted on acrylic nails, with an effeminate voice and way too tight female clothing and somewhat of the Gorlock build, threaten physical violence towards a 120-pound, 5'3" female employee, to the point that cops had to get called and escort them from the lobby. Now, I'm no psychiatrist, but that seems like deep mental illness. I'm just saying. It's crazy that no one else wants to say that, though. Democrats are enabling mental illness. They've rebranded these illnesses in the DSMs, not due to scientific method. Corey can argue with this, but to social pressure and stigmatization. It's clear to any one of these two shooters were Dems. The first shooter may be ambiguous, but the age-old expression is put your money where your mouth is. Come to find out, the first assassin donated to the Dems. The second shooter has an extensive history of donating to Dems and has crusaded and fought predominantly for Dem-led causes. Yet today, here we are trying to act like the problem is somehow 2A, when what we should be doing, checks notes, or is talking about anything else. It's outright misdirection. We should be talking about the assassination attempt, not talking about, house guns are bad, when Lactoid correctly pointed out that handguns are what's used, not high-capacity rounds. It's absolutely unbelievable, reprehensible, and that y'all are doing this. Every day I hear on these panels how the U.S. government we wouldn't be affected by an armed populace. Well, you know what? I'll even argue that 2A is working, and the assassinations prove it. And here's how. Guess what? If we have these high-power rifles, it enables the average person to potentially take down the leadership of a country within them. That sounds to me like what the founding fathers intended. I'm just saying that's exactly what 2A is for. If you find it to be now, we can argue whether the incendiary language is warranted, but to me, sounds like working as intended. And so, what is it, Dims? Are the guns not strong enough to be a threat, or are they too strong that even the president of the United States should be shaking in his boots because an American citizen might have an AK or AR? I can't decide which one it is, because y'all surely can't. I know which one I prefer, but y'all are over here flip-flopping left and right, which, not surprised. So, like I said, the issue, once again, isn't guns, but the people in the government who want to stop you from having the guns, taking those guns away. I've left my AR-15 on my back porch many a time. I've not come home to any dead squirrels, any dead dogs, any dead cats. I haven't seen it go and run on a rampage. Now, amazing how a tool is not able to do anything. But you know what? I have seen mentally deranged individuals get guns and go and do stuff, and the left sit here and enable these sorts of people to continue due to social stigmas. It's ridiculous.
Okay, Corey.
I'll try to keep it brief. Well, first one, okay. Gibbs likes to bring up Kathy Griffin. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Kathy Griffin was largely canceled for what she did, but I could be wrong about that. And two, also, probably wise of Lactoid to not talk to the children, since from what I understand, he would just say to them, "It's unfortunate, but your classmate's dying was a rounding error." Probably not the wisest thing to say. But what I would say as best I could, at the end of the day, nothing I say would be all that effective or consoling, other than whatever. Don't lose hope. And unfortunately, I think the reality is it's I'll try to bring in the analogy of climate change, of attitudes towards addressing climate change tend to shift when a person is personally a victim of the consequences of climate change. As in, I see that, my house is flooded and that, I'm now living in a desert, and therefore now I believe in climate change. I think that's largely the same thing is probably going to happen with, guns and school shootings and mass shootings. Until the majority of children have either direct or indirect experience with school shootings, which seems like it's on the course to happen, attitude, I think, will slowly change and some sort of change will happen, but it's probably going to be on a long enough time scale. And I'll wrap up. I'm extreme. Ban football, ban guns.
Thank you. Let's go to Parallax.
All right. Man, Gibbs had so much to say that I half forgot the questions I'm supposed to be answering.
I also want to just welcome Parallax because I think we had you here.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Glad to be back. Twitch.tv/Parallax, Twitter.com/Parallax. It's been a while since I've been here on Prime Show, but we were hanging out the other night, and I was grateful to receive the invite. Glad to be here. As I understand it, we're here to talk about the quote-unquote assassination attempt, and how the problem that obviously is indicative of. So first of all, there was no attempt. The guy camped for a day. He didn't even lay eyes on Trump. It was a foiled plot, just like the Gretchen Whitmer plot. It was a foiled plot. It was nothing more. There was no attempt on Trump's life. And I can't wait to listen to conservatives overblow what it actually was. However, a mentally ill man had a rifle that could have done serious damage about 500 yards away from where he was, in spite of not seeing him. And there are children voting for the first time ever who went through a massacre. And, Lactoid did, as Corey rightfully pointed out, refer to their classmates' deaths as a rounding error. And I think that is indicative of the actual issue. We have people who cannot look outside snapshots. They can only look in small windows, things that they have personally witnessed, things that have personally affected them. Anything that is large in scale is a rounding error. Anything that, when the scale is large, but the number they can equate it to is small, it's a rounding error. It's not important to them. But the reality is, it is important. And Gibbs is right. There's a mental health crisis that also needs to be addressed in this country, but pretending like it is the only problem is a complete obfuscation. We are the only country in the Western world that has the problems we do, and the only thing that also is unique about us in that regard is the way we handle firearms. I like guns. They're really fucking fun to shoot. They are. But anything that is exclusively designed as for human killing, I don't know, man. If you guys are okay with just letting children die, letting presidents get shot at, then I don't know what to fucking say to him anymore. I don't think the needle will be moved, Prime. I don't think Kamala will get the needle moved. I don't think anybody will, because I don't think anybody has the political willpower to do it. I don't think anybody has what it would actually take to stand up to the people that have interests in keeping these things the way they are. I don't want to take your guns, guys. I don't think that's what it is. There need to be, Gibbs referred to them as a tool. There are plenty of tools that we have many, many regulations around. And I'm not even saying we need many, but we certainly fucking need more than we have. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Twitch.tv/Parallax. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. And someone asked me to do this in the comments. I don't want to have applied that the shooter managed to take a shot at Trump. He didn't. Before the shooter got to see Trump, as far as we know, the Secret Service exchange, they shot at him, and he didn't even get a chance to shoot back. Apparently, we don't know that he even took a shot at the Secret Service before he ran off. So like Donald Trump, like no bullets like zing past his head or anything like that. Be very clear.
Yeah, no. According to the agent himself, the suspect did not fire at him.
Yeah. Okay. Now we have a brand new person. Katya, right? Hopefully I'm saying that correct.
Yeah.
It's been a struggle. But okay. But thank you. I met her on Rick's panel quite a while ago. And she has some interest in joining us, so here she is. Very excited. It's been a long time since we've had two women on the panel at the same time. So I'm excited about this. Go ahead.
Hi, so I'm Katya. I'm Premier Katya on Twitter, the account that I just made last month that has like 2 followers practically. I digress. Basically, my opinion on this is I'm going to reach across the aisle again a little bit and shake hands with Lactoid again, because I tend to agree with him on that. When we're talking about gun violence, talking about mass shootings is probably the least affectatious thing to talk about. As he said, as a percentage, but I'm going to go with numbers and say that between 1982 and current day, we're looking at 1,159 people who were fatally injured. While that is terrible, and I understand that it's bad, obviously, a lot of these situations, when you look closer up to them, were pretty much caused by people who are irresponsible in the shooter's life. Let's talk about Sandy Hook specifically. If we're going to talk about Sandy Hook, Adam Lanza was really, really clearly fucked up. We're talking insane mental health problems. And his mother was like, okay, I know he never goes outside. He doesn't see anybody. He doesn't do anything but play Dance Dance Revolution and stay in his room and stick to his like minute-to-minute schedule. But you know what? We're gonna give him a gun. We're gonna take him shooting. Sounds awesome. And, basically didn't do too much for getting him mental health treatment, despite having plenty of money to do so. And then when we talk about a lot of these other school shootings, we have parents who were irresponsible with guns in their possession, who allowed kids to have access to them when they really shouldn't have. And a lot of these situations, there are other things you can point to. This is really kind of like, in the grand scheme of thing, it's a bit of a drop in the bucket. When we're talking about something like, for example, we're talking about 1,100 people since 1982, when, like, for example, something like driving, we're talking about 40,000 a year who are killed on the road, but nobody's talking about banning driving, despite, the fact that our Second Amendment is within our Constitution. Now, I do support some gun control measures, of course. I think people should be background checked. I think people who are, convicted of domestic violence or who have stuff like that on their record should be prevented from having weapons. I think people, especially people who have minors in their care, should have to hold those responsibly and keep those responsibly. But anything that's talking about banning certain types of guns, anything that's talking about restricting guns entirely, I think is unnecessary and won't do too much and will cause more harm than good. So that's my take.
Thanks so much. Let's go to Ali.
Yeah, this is just unorganized domestic terrorism. So you have just like a bunch of white people running around, and then they get the guise of mental illness, but they get to cause terrorism across the country. Affecting schools, kids, the defenseless. I think mass shootings, like I don't think you have to get rid of guns to get rid of mass shootings necessarily, but that would probably work. I know that you're thinking I keep hearing that it's like a small number, but it's not. It's a growing number and it's a continuous number. So until the number gets large enough, until enough kids die, then we have to worry about the issue. It's just that's not what we do. You don't wait till enough kids die. You don't put kids through security. You don't arm teachers. You don't put kids in a fucking terrorist state to go to elementary school and middle school. You just don't do that. What you do is the people who own the guns, you put them on a list and you monitor the fuck out of them. If your kid is fucking around with a gun, you as the parent should go to fucking jail. It's really, really simple. Hold the people accountable, but also stop with this whole mental illness bullshit. I'm so sick of it. Just every time it's a white shooter, it's mental illness, is mental illness. They're fucking terrorists. Get the fuck over it. I'm done hearing that oh, these are the mentally ill. If they're mentally ill, everyone else is also mentally ill. And you don't get to use defamatory statements on them. These kids are fucking terrorists, homegrown. Thank you.
So much. Wow. Glad you weren't shy today. Let's go to our friend Ghosty.
Hey, hi, I'm Ghosty. It's spelled with a 6, and I'm on YouTube. You can also find me on X, but I don't really use it very much. So I don't know. I don't want to take away guns, but I really think they have a high potential to cause danger. They have a high potential to hurt and kill people. You can hurt somebody with a gun without using it. It's easy to accidentally hurt people with guns. And I think it should be a higher responsibility than we currently see them as. So I would like to see more regulations, maybe yearly checks, and more than just mental illness. It's a mindset. I mean, I guess your psychology is your mental stuff, but it's just your past actions, just a checkup on people to see if they can handle these things. The Trump assassination attempt, how these past 2 attempts were on a president, let alone just a person, and it's gotten this far. So I don't know. I do think that guns are a growing problem. So yeah, I just wish we had more responsibilities on them. And for the Sandy Hook kids, if voting on gun control is a big thing for them, that's totally understandable. Somebody got into an elementary school with a high capacity rifle, so pretty alarming.
And finally, our friend Doobie is here. Thanks for being here, Doobie.
Hi. Actually, I think that Sandy Hook.
You're
does low.
He sound low for anyone?
Yeah,
really low.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, I think the Sandy Hook kids have very little to say on this. I don't think their opinion matters very much. I was really curious as to why we focus on them when there have been so many other mass shootings since Sandy Hook, many other shootings. Why are these the ones we're always talking about? Who gives a fuck about them? Realistically. But I don't think it makes sense to go to people who are traumatized by guns to talk about gun solutions. They're probably not in the right mindset on the issue to even have an opinion worth listening to, realistically. So I don't think there's anything worthwhile is going to come from them. I also don't think our politicians actually want to make any real change on this in either direction. So the entire conversation just seems empty and stupid. Though I do not support the Second Amendment. I think it should be done away with entirely. I don't think people should be allowed to have guns unless they're in the military or police force. But that's not going to go anywhere. It's what it is. People like the toys, and this is just a wedge issue that we use to drive votes every year. That's all this is.
Okay. Over to the panel.
So why can't we put people with the guns on lists and just monitor them? What's the issue with that?
Because we're not trying to turn into Saudi Arabia.
Oh, but we should just turn into a terrorist state instead, and just have a bunch of kids running around shooting each other.
Hold on,
wait? We already monitor everybody with social security and like phones and addresses.
Majority of serial numbers.
I'm just saying because you keep you're worried about the migrants and you're worried about the Muslims. Why aren't we worried about the people who are here causing the issues? You know?
Yeah, like the government.
No, like the people doing the shooting. I don't blame everything on the government, man. I don't think the government is here to like solve my issues. I don't rely on the government all too much. I'm like, we have an issue where people are doing shootings, and you're just like, fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I think there are real solutions we could do to solve some of these. Like, I don't know, maybe we here's a tax dollar idea where I wouldn't mind my tax dollar spent. Here's one for you, Corey. You know, I got one. Maybe we take vets and that are looking for jobs that are mentally sound enough,
and secure schools with guns.
Secure schools.
That's the solution.
Hey, why not? Like, why don't we give? That's a two-way street. We give. Why do you hate vets? I mean, we give vets a job. We protect kids.
I fucking hate vets. I don't care.
I mean,
anyways.
Sure, that's fair. But I mean, like most Americans don't.
I don't really know.
You just blasphemed God right there, Ollie. You gotta be careful in America.
Nah, you can't hate vets. Vets are like a crux of American society. We've always.
And you want to hire. So kids. So
in America, one of the richest countries. But it's not take the guns.
In one of the richest, most advanced countries, number one country in the world, you want preschoolers, elementary school kids to walk around with just armed security because there's
kids used to take their rifles to school in the 80s, the 70s, 60s in Massachusetts were a thing. Something changed, and it's been the Democrats pushing a ideology which enables mental illness to run rampant.
It's always mental illness. It might not be the notoriety by school shootings.
Mental illness.
I want to take a step back just for a second because this response to parallax might actually sort of answer Ali as well. You brought up my intro and you said you harped on me calling it a rounding error, which it is, right, in terms of overall homicide. And you're saying that anything outside of my small window that I personally witness, it's a personal thing that I'm blind to. But I reference stats. And Katya referenced stats as well, and the people
stats dehumanize this very well. It's a good job.
Well, no, stats are the opposite of peering through my personal experience window. Okay, it is the exact opposite. What these kids are doing,
I know what you're doing.
What these kids are doing is peering through their small personal experience window. And I wouldn't go to them directly and say, those deaths were rounding error. That's always insensitive to do whenever anybody experiences tragedy. But if we're talking about taking away, I think, a right, or at the very least, like a pretty important privilege for a lot of Americans, which is, in my opinion, it's a right, but I know you guys might disagree, which is ownership of AR-15 sporting rifles or other kinds of rifles that would fall under the kind of rifles that are intended to be banned. This just statistically is not effective. We tried it in the 90s, and statistically it made no statistical effect on homicide rates. It's just not, it doesn't make sense. There's no reason to do it.
Sure.
And so if we're talking about what the solutions are, when the Dems kept saying, and when Kamala Harris keeps saying, we're going to ban assault weapons, we're going to ban high capacity magazines, that's just hot air. It's entirely useless to the conversation of actually reducing criminal homicide. Mm-hmm. If we want to talk about what Gibbs is saying, I don't fully agree with everything that Gibbs is proposing, or perhaps the causes of things. He's entitled to his opinion. I do think that some school security measures might be a good idea, right? Like auto locking doors, within classrooms, doors that are able to lock from the inside as well, that don't have glass windows on them. There's things you can do perhaps to just increase general security. Again, not just from mass shooters because it's so rare, but also other invaders or other people trying to get in and potentially hurt kids. I think it's just a good idea that these places should be secure in the first place.
Yeah, but instead of tackling do you have an issue with monitoring people with these high capacity rifles?
Again, no, I do have an issue with monitoring people based on owning guns.
That's where the issue is you have an issue with monitoring the people who could cause the damage rather you want the people who are reacting.
That's a good question.
Can we define monitoring? I don't know what you mean.
I want them on a list, and I want them to do every few months some type of
mandatory gun insurance. How about that?
Jesus Christ.
Okay, well, I mean, we're talking about the potential to like kill someone. Now, I know, Katya, you brought up like cars earlier. The intent, like, although yes, I agree, cars are an issue. These are accidents that are like happening. These aren't like people are going out of their way to run over someone. I'm sure that's like a small percentage of like a vehicular manslaughter. But like, there's a difference between like that and then access to just guns, where like the intention of a shoot is to like injure or kill someone. So it's like
also people drive a lot more.
Yeah, there's difference with intention of like whether even when you're carrying a gun, like you're carrying, a lot of people are carrying with the intention of like, I get to defend someone, which is still putting someone down. I know that it's in defense, and I know that could potentially be a positive, but the intent, like the intention of the gun is to kill. So it's like,
right. Can I clarify my statement, please?
Yeah.
So basically, when I said the thing about the cars, generally I was using it as like, this is something that basically we have as a part of our society, and it's not something that we see going away, which is driving. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we have licenses, we have insurance, we have this, that, and the other, we have traffic laws, we have police, but still, like, so many people do die anyways.
Yeah,
and
we have
instead
checks and
of getting
balances.
which I support, some checks and some like background checks and
well, no, not even that. If you're driving and you get enough speeding tickets, you can get your license suspended or revoked. You can get like points go up on your insurance. Now you have like, there's consequences to your actions. But it seems to be like with guns, I want to put preventions on people. So like, for example, a lot of these things are, like you said, Katya, it's parents are being irresponsible with their like shit at home. Well, all right, cool. That tells me that they're not responsible gun owners. They don't deserve to just own a gun without having like watch over them.
It isn't even mandatory training.
If you commit crimes with guns, like, first of all, you commit any felony with a gun, you're losing your guns.
No more guns
for life, which is much more harsh than we do with cars. Just to be clear. But like,
well, I know, but like if the felony you committed is a mass shooting, or even just like you went and killed someone, like, I don't care if you then lose your gun after that.
No, but you're comparing it to like,
objective policing.
Right. If we're talking about like, so many tickets, and then we start taking away your license.
Like passing a driver's test. You don't even have to have like mandatory training to use a gun. You can just buy a gun and not even know how to use it.
You don't. So you're right. And like,
I've been CCW, or you could just go buy a gun at a gun.
I've been through a lot of gun training, like through multiple Hunter
You
Safety,
have
CCW. I know I have, right? I can see what you're saying. Right. I can see what you're saying in that, like, we have licenses to operate in public motorways. Just to be clear, right? You don't need a license to buy a car. You don't need license to buy a car. And in fact, I'm pretty sure in a lot, this is actually state dependent, but in some states, you can buy a car and drive on your own private property without a license.
But you can't drive in public.
But you can't drive in the public, and so.
But there's a difference between a car, which is a mode of transport, which we don't see as a weapon. It's not classified as a weapon. I'm saying if you're buying a gun, at the very least,
it's sole purpose.
These things do need to be registered, and you do need to go through some type of eval every so often.
Yeah, but
it makes sense. Oh my god!
Wait. Let's compare like to like here, right? I understand that like the purpose of a car is not to like go commit mass, running over of people.
Yeah.
Even though that does happen occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But like the purpose of a gun, like for like a sporting rifle, when the reason why the vast majority of Americans are buying those is not to go commit a mass shooting. It's to use it for hunting. It's to use it for target practice.
I don't think you should ban them.
I don't
think you should ban guns.
Right.
I think people should be able to use
the Hummer was made for military purposes. The Jeep was made for military purposes. But now it's being used for something else.
I mean, people still buy military Humvees all the time. I have no.
Wait, hold on. Are y'all saying the ban Toyota because terrorists use their trucks to like put all like anti-aircraft guns on the back?
Made for.
But that's who
cares what they're made for?
Hold on, it's a tool. It's a tool. No. This is the difference, and I think Prime actually said this on one of the other panels about this. Is that one of the people? Yeah, the purpose is it's a tool. If I have a gun on me, I see it for these purposes. Tool. Right. And then the last one being, hey, we got to stop the government, right? Which is still a tool to be able to do that. There's no difference between that and a car, which I go tool. Maybe I transport, what logistics for whatever. Like, it absolutely has meaning.
Nothing means anything. Sure, everything's just a tool at that point.
No, it is a tool. It does have meaning.
A rocket launcher is just a tool.
Bro, there have been mass driving killings in the UK when they banned guns. Guess what? Knife crime is up higher than gun crime ever has been. Didn't solve a thing. In fact, probably made it worse because now the average person's not carrying a knife. Here in Texas, everybody got a gun. Guess what? We don't have the knife crime the UK does. It's crazy, like how that works. So like I'm just sitting here going,
people cause crime. That's not really an argument. It's saying that
it's absolutely an argument. You're trying to sit here because there's outlier incidences like these, and these are outlier incidences. These are fringe incidences that y'all are gonna sit here and go, oh, this is so bad that we need to take guns. Because this small. Insignificant portion that's affected by this one thing. When most of the crime is handguns. Y'all aren't sitting here saying take away all the 9 mils. Like
wait,
it's
I
just
never
totally targeted.
So argue my point.
People are doing.
Why not monitor? Sure, but
why monitor? The government doesn't need to know that information.
Because I know the government should. I mean, at this point, since we do have a government and we have police, like we live in the framework that we have.
But you have the right to privacy.
If we have, I mean, you have a right to privacy. I'll go with certain things, not with high capacity guns. Not honestly. Not with tools.
Why not?
Because
if I want to buy an RPG and keep it in my closet, no one ever sees it. Why would that be anybody's business?
Because we're seeing a growing gun issue in general, where people are killing each other with not just high capacity rifles, but with handguns too. Like we have an issue of this going on, so we have no monitoring. We're not preventing people from getting guns. The only things that you want to do is react to the situation and tell kids to like hide under desks and build
We're trying to keep the laws the same. You realize that, right? Or erase them.
Your reaction to the situation. What you think should happen is that kids should be better protected with like bulletproof doors and vets with guns. I'm saying that we should prevent these issues from happening by making sure that the parents that own these guns are responsible in their ownership, responsible in their handling of it. Because lately, what's been happening
you want people to give up their rights for what like they've equated.
No, you have the rights to own. You have the rights.
That's what you're trying to do.
We have to meet in the middle somewhere.
You have the rights to own.
Let me build a bridge.
To use. You just don't have the right to be anonymous with your gun ownership.
Lactoid, the bridge builder. Maybe I can do this with Ali as well. What would you think? Because I could maybe even get behind. I could get behind this, frankly. What if you just had to take like hunter safety before you bought a gun? It's free, provided by the state. The 95% of it is just teaching you how guns work and how to not fuck them up and how to not fuck up people with them. Basic gun maintenance, shit that you should probably know if you have a gun. Like generally speaking.
Can I make a comment?
Wait. So here, I'll before I got my cat. Right, and when I went to go adopt my cat, they came and did a wellness check on the house before they allowed me to own a cat.
They check your entire house.
Yeah, they check your house.
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. I would stop that immediately. I would ban that. I would criminalize that practice.
I know you would, but I think it's fine. I think they're doing their due diligence. The orphanage or whatever the fuck you call them that I was adopting from.
Shelter.
This is their standard of the shelter. This is their standard of care. They want to make sure that the animals are being taken care of properly, and because they have abused animals that come into their shelter. So they're looking out for the well-being of the animals. I'm okay with that. I think that's actually a good thing to go forward because we do have a problem with people getting animals and just abusing them. I think there's an issue with that. Now, as a gun owner, I do think like a responsibility check every year isn't necessarily an issue.
Every year?
Yes.
Next they're gonna
motherfucker. Wait. If somebody came to my fucking house every year and was like, I'm here to check on your cat. Abso-fucking-lutely not.
Well,
these motherfuckers they're not going to come into my fucking house without a warrant. Okay, nobody's. There's only two ways somebody comes to my house, either with my permission or with a warrant. There's no other way.
The reason you have to register your animals
stashed away properly. That's what we're going for next, bro. Your kitchen knives.
The reason you have to register your animals. The reason you have to register your animals is because there is a potentiality of danger. So, like, if you own a dog and it's not registered and you never take it to the vet and you just keep it outside and it has rabies and it bites someone, well, now you're just infecting people with rabies.
Nobody's doing it. It's such an outlier scenario. Nobody's keeping this.
Wait. We have rules for situations that are outliers. That's why we have the rules.
I think rabies.
You understand that rabies is fatal anyway. Like the dog's gonna be dead after a couple of weeks.
Rabies is actually the opposite of mass gun violence.
Like,
I have a proposal for the bridge. Blacktoid, would you be down if we start with mandatory hunter safety courses and with like a review in, say, 10 years to see if this has been an efficacious solution? And if not, we do like enhanced training.
No.
Like,
no.
No? Okay. So
I can build a
the way I view this problem, you're just trying to give a little fluff. I got it.
No. You're like, you're gonna make me take back my fucking bridge if you're gonna keep taking it further and further and further. Okay. What I'm proposing.
What I asked for. I asked to make sure.
What I'm proposing. No. What I'm proposing is, look, whether you like it or not, owning guns is a right. It is just as much as voting is a right. And yes, I think it's like voting ID is okay, but if you implement voter ID, you have to give people free IDs because you cannot put cost limitations in place for people from exercising a constitutional right. In the same way that you can't make rights overly burdensome to exercise. And if some motherfuckers come into my house every once in a while to check to make sure I'm having my gun properly, absolutely not, right?
But I'm not advocating for that. I can get behind.
Can I meet you halfway on your bridge?
I can potentially get behind before
Definitely not, Ali. I tried.
Yeah, before you buy a gun, a free course that's like just goes through gun safety, and then you just go through it, like no tests or anything, just a fucking course. You go through it, and then you can go buy the gun afterwards. I'll be okay with that.
I'll meet you halfway. What if they had to do that test like every 2 or 3 years? Or not that test, they have to go through that course every 2 or 3 years.
No, it's overly burdensome at this point.
Okay, what's every 3 years, a 45-minute course?
If I take this course and I bought the gun, I don't renew it, are they going to come take the guns I paid for?
Oh, that's a good question. Wait. Answer Gibbs' question. Are they going to take the guns if you don't take the course?
Yeah.
You won't be able to purchase guns without the course.
No. So if I bought guns previously, I took the course, I bought guns. Now I don't go take it anew again, right?
Yeah, you don't get grandfathered into owning your guns.
So I own them. You can take it. They come take it. I told you, motherfuckers, they were coming for the guns. They try to dress it up in window dressing.
Or just take a 45-minute course. You baby. You big baby, go take a 45-minute course and call it a day. Like
literally.
So what I'm going to say about this is stuff like when we talk about taking multiple background checks or, a lot of these things, a lot of them, while I understand that people are saying these in good faith, a lot of them are super unnecessary. Like specifically, obviously I think everybody should get a background check, but how it works once you have a background check, your fingerprints are in the database. And then if you commit a felony and they check your shit, and you have guns and you've gotten this background check for guns before, then they will come take your shit because you're not allowed to have them when you're a felon.
Felonies. But we have a problem right now, Katya, of adults buying their kids guns. They're not being responsible.
Why is that a problem? Why is kids having a gun problem if the owner buys it for hunting or something?
You have give the kids access.
I do want to let Ghosty in.
Sorry,
Katya, the problem is you do have people giving access, and you don't want to put any restrictions or preventions on these people to make them feel like they shouldn't give these kids access.
The Trump shooter had 74 previous police interactions, and a lot of them had to do with guns.
Possession of weapons of mass destruction was one of the charges. Apparently, that's crazy.
What did he have?
But, wait, so that's twice my point, right?
Apparently, and this is, if I'm wrong on this, I will totally kowtow and admit it. But I've looked into this a little bit. Apparently, in 2002, he was charged with possession of weapons of mass destruction.
So how does he have a gun? So how the fuck does he have a gun?
I don't fucking know. And by the way, I don't know how you get out of prison with possession of weapons of mass destruction. I don't know what you have to do to get that charge.
It's a machine gun. That's the charge.
Telling you, no, it's not. Domestic grown terrorists.
That's what it was defined as. That's what the charge was. No, look, his understanding charge that I read earlier was that it was a machine gun they charged him with, and it was basically a weapon of mass.
That's not what I read.
I don't know.
We can compare.
It's my understanding that he was charged with owning a machine gun. I don't know if that's a separate charge from this. So maybe that the machine gun thing is true as well. Not being authorized to own a machine gun, but also there might be another thing that he.
My chat saying My chat's saying that apparently they classified a machine gun as a WMD.
Yeah,
which
that's
is,
what I'm saying.
That's
this bullshit.
fucking
You see this
dumb.
insanity?
That's pretty crazy.
We're reaching.
Wait. You're right, Gibbs. Everything's a lie. The deep state's real. I'm sorry.
I mean,
oh my god,
this kid has 74 catches or cases. I mean,
I'm
like
convincing every day, Lactoid. I'm telling you. Like,
okay, this kid doesn't need to be put. Shouldn't have been put on like some type of list after like 10 cases like of being caught with like a gun and fuckery. Like that's what I'm saying is like we don't do anything to prevent these people from anything. We wait till a bunch of people die and we go, oh, they shouldn't have died. We try to throw the person who killed in jail, but then like the problem just keeps happening and we're doing nothing to prevent it, and everything
like,
just react.
I don't want to sound like a dick, but it's like you don't take away somebody else's rights because one bad apple did.
I never took away your rights.
You just advocated for coming and taking my guns if I didn't go and pass a second test.
No, I didn't. That's
then prove you're still worthy of having it.
Of my issue. I said
you have to prove
that
nothing.
you have the right. I said you have the right to own the guns. I said you have the right to own the guns.
You could,
but there should
when are we
be.
starting like policing people for what they could do? Like that's ridiculous.
That's literally what
we don't know, so we have to. If it's something dangerous,
the definition of police is having people going around preventing things that they could do.
And we do that.
That is ridiculous.
We do that right now.
I can't even not thought right.
You want a border. You want a border. You want a border because of what the
was the future
could do.
Okay, all right.
Right.
Yeah, let's just
the immigrants might not eat the cats.
I do be. Are you there, friend?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
that was a bad joke.
So you thought? Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. You said before that gun violence victims aren't appropriate people to discuss solutions. Or these weren't actually even like victims. I mean, they were survivors. They witnessed gun violence. But you said they aren't appropriate to talk to. Why not?
I think they're going to be emotionally compromised. I don't think they're like experts on anything, right? So I don't think going through a car accident makes you an expert on car accidents. So it's just like it seems to me like a pull at people's heartstrings. No, it's a pull at people's heartstrings. Their perspective isn't really useful. Like it really is.
They dealt with it firsthand.
To be fair, in this panel, in this panel, it's being like discounted, right? Like their perspective doesn't matter, and that's kind of like
means
the
they're
issue,
biased.
right? No, it's no. Yeah, I know. No one's
not even.
Your issue is that it's pulling at the heartstrings, and like that's kind of like.
They could go through that situation and then come out thinking everybody should have a gun at all times, right? So bias isn't really the issue.
No, right. But that would still be biased, right?
Sure, yeah, but I'm not like my issue isn't that they're like biased against guns or something, right? It's more that these people are not experts. They're emotionally compromised because they had this firsthand experience, and being in a school shooting doesn't give you any kind of special insight into what we should do about gun control generally in the United States. You can tell people how to survive a school shooting. Sure, talk to them then. But with this issue, no, they're not really useful.
Well, no,
it reminds me
here are discounting. What do we mean? Like we're already numb to the fact that these happen. So like, yes, at this point, you need to pull at heartstrings to even have the conversation about this.
Doobie, what you're saying right here,
you wouldn't be going to the Sandy Hook people. You'd be going to any of the other school shootings.
I agree with you there. But wasn't Sandy Hook?
They just turned 18. I think
the first one. Just like so, I don't really know the history, but wasn't Sandy Hook like the first?
They might have been the youngest. They might have been the youngest.
It was a particularly different tragedy.
And they're just turning 18.
There was a very different tone. They just turned 18.
No, that makes sense.
And the shooter was not somebody who was currently at the
on my
school.
ranch. Would that make me an archaeologist or like a?
Dr. Grant. What I'm going to say is,
no one's saying that they're
a shooting isn't something you have to experience to know how bad it is. It's something that, we should all obviously know. Wow, somebody coming in somewhere and indiscriminately killing people is really bad, and we should do everything reasonable to try to prevent this.
But you guys have minimized it. That's the issue.
I've been
because I think that people have maximized
based on statistical realities, right?
I mean,
this reminds me a little bit. Do you guys remember the video where the Republican, I forget, it was like a representative or a senator, but he walked inside and he had a snowball. And he tossed the snowball at like the Democratic speaker and said, here's your global warming. As if that was a good point. As if the fact that he managed to find a snowball in the middle of December disprove global
Oh my
warming.
God.
It is a hilarious video to watch because he comes in so smug, like, haha, I've got, get fucked, lib. But it was insane because being able to find a snowball doesn't disprove climate change when you have a bunch of scientists saying, well, the data says otherwise, and here's the data. This is what Doobie's saying, right? Doobie's saying, like, these kids are the people with the snowball right now. They're walking and saying, look what I see, look what I've experienced. But what you've experienced and what you see is irrelevant to the overall statistical reality of what is and what isn't. And the overall statistical reality is that sporting rifles are not a problem in America.
Kind of a different equivalence.
Actually, I have something that'd be way more interesting to talk about, because if we were actually trying to get the perspective of people that are affected by gun violence in the United States, you'd be talking to inner city kids who grow up around this stuff 24/7. Not just people who had a fucking freak school shooting, okay?
Yeah.
But we're not talking about them because they're black, right?
I think we've tried that before.
Melanated people don't get the same press.
Oh wait, lactoid. So like
melanated folks.
So then I don't see how you
my man Dewey.
And
I don't know how you can argue against my point that these people
I think the reality is that I don't think the country is ready to confront the fact that most gun violence in the U.S. is by black and brown people, usually gang violence. And I don't think we're ready to deal with that yet in an honest way. So we talk about these like school shootings that are a tiny portion of the gun deaths with guns that are used very infrequently in shootings. It's useless.
This is the problem too. Like, I live in the city, so like accidental, bullet or something, like that's like a real like potential for me. People in the country, they live differently and they use their guns differently. So I think we have to have a conversation about like the different environments with guns and
demographics
and just all of that, because right now we just can't meet in the middle about anything, because gun violence is a real issue.
That's why banning guns won't necessarily work. But I just don't understand how like there's an even really like. I get that there's maybe too much enforcement coming from like the government, or it's too, I don't know, monotonous. But like at a certain point, like you don't want the guns banned. I don't see why we shouldn't hold the people with the guns to a little bit higher standard, and like have them maintain some type of like
it's a responsibility.
Go to a course every so often. Have something where like if you're buying your kid a gun, I'm sorry, at that point then you should have to have mandatory checks, because your kids are like having access to these guns at a certain point. Gibbs, I get it. You want nothing, no laws. Everyone should be able to do like 12-year-old Rambos walking around the streets shooting rattlesnakes. I get it, but like we do have a small issue. It's a very minute issue of like there's elementary schools getting shot up. It's a small issue. It's not the biggest deal. It's but like it's maybe something to like talk about.
So what's so funny here is like it is such a small issue, and like this is why Texans especially, right? And nobody has really come back to this point I made earlier, have been sitting here and saying come and take it about the guns, right? Since our founding. It's hilarious to me, like that. I think yes, it's sad what happens with the children when these things happen. It's very sad. It's statistically, it's just a very small amount, right? But I think it proves though that two-way works, because we've had two people potentially be able to effectively assassinate a former president that's potentially going to be the next president. That's got Secret Service coverage. Now, if you don't think that regime change works, like ever, or to drastically alter things, then whatever. This is a perfect example of how 2A can be used to make the government fear its population and is effective. So, like, I can't see how you can't sit here as the left. Because
I respond to what you
for years now on these panels, how Texas would get smacked down, these other states would get smacked down because the big bad government.
The government should be more afraid of people who can use guns better.
Thank you. That is exactly my point. They should be fearful of their people.
Train them.
They should be fearful of their citizenry, and the idea that like, we're going to start putting all these restrictions, we're going to start checking these people, that is outrageous. That's never been a thing that we should be doing.
You just want untrained people that have guns that you think are going to defend the government.
I think anybody should have a gun if they want a gun.
I want to let untrained people with guns aren't going to
so I do want to let I'm going to let Katya and Parallax. Do you have something to say as well? I'm not sure if you do, but if you do, we'll have to Katya.
Okay, so I'm going to respond to what Doobie said and say that, yes, a large amount of gun violence is gang-related and does take place in inner cities. This is a big problem. But I think this is a completely different conversation than stuff like mass shootings, as well as stuff like, domestic and, intimate partner-related shootings, as well as accidents and suicides. All of these are psychologically different. I think that the way to handle like inner city violence, actually the worst possible way is probably banning guns, because the way that, these groups that are, in gangs that are doing illegal things, that are organized, the way that they're getting weapons, it's very easy to get them illegally when you have this type of network going on. It is mainly just a perpetuation of, impoverished kids who have other people around them who are in gangs, who get into gang violence and gang activity at an early age. We're talking 12, 13, 14 years old. And then, they're basically in the life after that. And that's what they're doing. I think it's more similar to, like, if we're talking about in other countries that aren't as, advantaged as we are, like child soldiers, basically, and child militants. That's psychologically more similar to kids involved and people involved in gang violence than it is to, mass shootings.
Why
Therefore, I think this should be handled differently.
Yeah, why does the psychological aspect matter?
Because what we do about it, the psychological aspect does matter, because certain things will affect different people in different ways. Like, for example, with mass shootings, there's an overwhelming amount of people who are doing it for the a misanthropy, but B, a lot of them are looking for notoriety and are basically filling a mold, a little bit of role fulfillment, if you will. Because so many of these mass shootings that we're talking about,
gang violence, right?
Huh?
Young kids trying to make a name for themselves, trying to be like their idols that they grew up with. Like, I think these things are actually pretty similar. They're all maybe mass shooters.
Ones they didn't grow up with.
Maybe no, I don't think that's true. I think maybe mass shooters are more depressed, more I guess more depressed in some ways. But I'd imagine many people involved in gang violence actually have a lot of trauma. They're dealing with a lot of shit that just isn't diagnosed, right?
So rap music might have something to do too.
But I don't think any of that really matters when we're talking about restricting access to guns, because that's what would that would help both issues, but it wouldn't fix either of these issues, right? Like, I don't think you need to talk about how mentally ill either group is when we're talking about.
I'm not just talking about mentally ill. I'm talking about the state of mind and why a crime is committed, because that's the key to basically being able to prevent it. Because, I mean, it's not similar as in they're making a name for themselves, because one of those, like with gang violence, they're making a name for themselves maybe locally, and it's kind of like an in-group thing, and people are, overwhelmingly poor, overwhelmingly in some circumstances younger than mass shooters that we're talking about.
Isn't it true that most mass shootings in schools are actually gang violence
for themselves? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's more of like a news phenomenon or like a cultural phenomenon.
I don't think that's true. But isn't it the case that most mass shooters in schools are actually gang violence? Right? Most because really a mass shooting is just 4 or more people shot at once, right?
Right, but a lot of those statistics exclude gang violence because they're a different type of shooting.
Just
so when I said mass shooting and then I said gang violence, when I say gang violence, it might encompass mass shooting, but I mean gang violence. And then when I say mass shooting, I mean like school shootings, mall shootings, church shootings, that's that type that we were originally talking about in relation to Sandy Hook. You see what I'm saying?
So there's a couple misapprehensions we have when it comes to mass shootings. So if we just look at gang shootings, Doobie could be right. I'm not sure, but those are oftentimes categorized differently. When we look at mass shootings, like the archetype of when people think of like a mass shooter, it's like, the depressed white guy, sort of the guy that Ali was referring to as like, oh, this is a terrorist, but for some reason we all just call him like a depressed, mentally ill, etc. And while it's true that we're looking at non-gang related mass shootings, like in schools, a disproportionate amount of them are white. But when you look at them generally, it's actually much more diverse. And in fact, Black people are represented in non-school related mass shootings. This without factoring in gang violence. And so what Doobie's saying is, look, if we want to a lot of the conversation around mass shootings is just like the depressed, white, lonely kid who gets a hold of a gun. But it's far more complicated than that. It's the worker who gets fired and then walks in and guns up, shoots up his workplace. It's the person whose girlfriend breaks up with them and he goes into a house party, and like there's all sorts of shit that happens. But again, like even when you look through all the data, and Mother Jones has like I think a pretty interesting collection of all the mass shootings per year and non-gang related and how they're categorized. But even when you factor in all of these, even when you factor in the ones that are school related, not school related, done by white people, done by black people, etc., like if we're talking about non-gang related stuff, again, it's a drop in the bucket. Like it's just not like it's not significant compared to like most of the homicide, which is going to be either gang related or like interpersonal disputes where people one person pulls a gun.
The reason the gangs.
I gotta let's go to Parallax and Gibbs.
Yeah, I guess for me, this is the exact conversation that like exemplifies the problem with trying to have an honest conversation with conservatives on this issue. We can't actually have a conversation about school shootings. We can't have a conversation about how this impacts them because we have to talk about some other type of shooting. So the root causes for shooting in inner cities are going to be different than the root causes for school shootings. Are going to be different than the root causes for corporate retreat shootings and so on and so forth. And like at the end of the day, the fact that we can't ever have a conversation about one of these without you guys going, oh, well, there's more of this type, or oh, well, pistols are it's fucking ridiculous. Like, can we have the conversation about the problem or no? And the answer is like, I already know you guys will not have the conversation. You've never been willing to. It's not going to start tonight.
We've had the conversation how many times on Prime's panels?
It's just having.
No, you do this every time.
This is like the first time we're having this conversation.
We're not having it. You motherfuckers won't have it. That's what I'm saying.
We're having it right now.
We're not. You want to talk about fucking inner city?
You want me to agree with you? That's what you want.
No.
Exactly
I want to
it.
actually talk about what we said we'd talk about. How do we solve that fucking problem? How do we solve school shootings? How do we approach the kids from Sandy Hook? How do we do that?
We already know how to do that.
Okay.
All this, a lot of this is mental illness, bullying, et cetera. All the stereotypical shit that you're thinking about that we can all go down the list. It's all that, right? And we know how to address that, but we're not going to really. What we're focused on instead is guns, which aren't really the problem. Right, it's the mental health issues, it's the family issues, it's poverty, it's whatever the fuck is getting people into this mindset.
School shooters.
It's getting people into this mindset, right? That's the actual problem, not the guns themselves. But rather than deal with that, we're not
going to do anything about it.
Of course,
it
couldn't
matter.
be the only thing that makes us unique in the developed world. Yeah, it couldn't be that.
Here's the thing, like a lot of these situations, it's the phenomenon of school shooters. If we're just going to talk about school shooters, it's about the phenomenon because think about how like the number of shootings drastically did increase after Columbine, both in the US and, as well as around the world. And there are multiple school shootings that took place in other countries in which people are citing Columbine. They're talking about their journals. They're talking about the this, the that, wanting to emulate them, wanting to achieve notoriety in the same way that they did. That's kind of like a big thing about a lot of school violence. Like, for example, we're talking about, holy crap, I know the name of the shooter. I don't know the name of the school. Pekka Erik Ovinen in like, I want to say somewhere like Denmark, Sweden, something like that. Northern Europe, who did commit a school shooting, who was like obsessed with Columbine. This was outside the US. We're talking about the Kerch massacre in Ukraine/Russia, depending on where the lines are right now. I won't get into that. That was a couple years ago. He was also inspired by Columbine and wanting to emulate that. So there's this phenomenon, right, of wanting to emulate the archetype of a school shooter, of becoming part of that, basically like role fulfillment. If we're talking about school violence and these notoriety-seeking shooters, that's like a big part of it, basically.
That's why we should stop releasing their names. My
Gibbs.
thing.
I want to say jump in after Gibbs, but go ahead. And Ali.
So yeah, here's what I'm going to propose. I'm going to propose revenge. You know what? We could take all these plans, and I'm going to advocate something similar, like how we do with health inspectors, but maybe or not health inspectors for your food handlers permit, but maybe even more so where we do it. I'm going to advocate that under all these plan, where they do it bi-yearly or every 3 years or something, the government doesn't get to be the ones teaching them. They have to fund private militias to train these individuals and make sure that they are very effective shooters so that we know that they are properly trained and know how to make sure that their weapon is clean, their ammo is properly stored, and they can effectively fire at rapider rates in tight bursts and strategic scenarios that may come up, not just in the manner of hunting, but also in potential government takeover situations. Would you be in favor of that then?
Yeah, but then we hold the the teachers and the private militia.
No, they don't get to be liable though. They're definitely not liable.
You're definitely going to hold them liable when they're using their specialized.
No. That's the whole point. They're not liable. It's a generalized standard. They just have to meet, and then after that,
is it set by the government?
It's funded by the government to private organizations.
Is the standard set by the government?
It could be. We could talk about that. That's fine. I would be open to it.
As long as I get you guys a little bit closer to the bridge. So, Katya, I just wanted to
effective shooters, what you're advocating. So you want them to be better at assassinating presidents and shooting up schools.
I just want some type of
just to be clear. That's what you're advocating for. No list. You don't have to.
No, I want a list.
There's got to be a list, folks.
Yeah,
there's got to be. There you go. You lost.
Left wingers and their fucking lists. I swear to God.
You know who other left-wing groups like lists? Do I even have to say it?
Is this a Stalin joke? Is this a Stalin joke?
No,
I'll fill it in.
No, it's a Hitler joke.
It is a Hitler joke. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, with
the joke being that Hitler was left-wing.
Specific mass shootings towards like civilians.
He was left-wing,
right?
Sorry, what were you saying?
Guys, Ali.
So when it comes to like mass shootings towards civilians, what seems to be happening is like a lot of the times these people show a history of like. They show a history of mental illness. They show a previous. They had a bunch of crime. Their parents this. Their parents that. All I'm saying is like, why weren't we watching these people more heavily? It seems like nowadays, like if we have this issue, and it seems to be a growing issue because people want to be copycat of whatever. There's a role to be filled. There's the whatever it may be. How come every time these people show us signs, we kind of just go, yeah. And then when something happens, we go, oh no, it's mental illness. That's kind of what I'm saying is like, we just cover it up with mental illness, but we have like the character analysis of this person was probably already going to do this. It just kind of seems like counterproductive. Like it just seems like, yeah, we know that these people are crazy, but we're not going to do anything about it. So like, fuck it.
I partially like agree. But then I agree mostly. I'm going to bring it to you like 90%. True. So many of these shootings, oh my gosh, you hear about what happened in the past. These people talk to the police, they talk to the parents, this problem, that problem. They were drawing pictures of guns in school with blood and people like laying on the floor and like in big old letters wrote, I want to shoot at the school.
Yeah.
And it's like, bro, what happened? But then also when you look kind of back up a little bit, take in the bigger picture, my question is, that's like the 10% that I'm like, is how many people did shit like that and then didn't do anything?
They should still be watched.
Because you should watch. There's shit you should do. You should be referring people to counselors after this happens. But what you do is important because a lot of the people that you catch doing like sussy shit are going to be like no threat.
You know what I think helps with this? I've said this a bunch of times, and Doobie disagrees with me. I think if we started holding parents accountable for their minors, like their kids' actions, you would have more parents being aware and parenting better because they know the circumstances that come or the punishment that comes with their kids' potentiality. So you'd have more parents on their kids' ass when something like this pops up. I do think that's maybe if you don't want to do the class thing, at least hold parents responsible for their kids' actions. Therefore, they'll be better at being parents. Hopefully,
I think we need specific statutes for that because a lot of this stuff that's going on now. Oh, we're going to charge second-degree murder. Oh, we're going to charge this murder. We're going to pull this charge out. It doesn't really fit. I think they should be passing laws that are specific on elements. Like, for example, if it was up to me, 2 elements. 1, they had to know a kid could have reasonable access to it. And 2, they had to know that there was any potentiality that the kid was a threat. Yeah. And if that's satisfied, then boom, go to jail.
Do
you think parents should be jailed or fined or punished in some way if their kids are involved in gang activity?
If they're aware that their kids are involved in gang activity, sure.
Okay, so across the board. So
Yeah, if they're
what if my kid
like
gets into a fight with another kid and punches him, knocks him out, and he has like injuries, should I get punished for that?
Nope.
No, because you didn't like. If the kid said to you before he went to school, "Oh, I'm gonna go punch so and so today," and you said, "Okay, go get him, champ," or to the like, or you didn't say, "Hey,
So parents who say,
teacher,
"Hey,
hey, school,
gotta
what
Wait,
the
stand up to
fuck?"
your
what if the
bullies."
kid needed to be punched in
Hold
the
on,
face?
hold on.
No, no,
So,
even I'm
Oh.
cool with,
hey, yeah,
no,
you got to stand up to your bullies, or they're going to keep bullying you. So
that's
those
fine,
parents,
Doobie.
those parents should be imprisoned if their kid.
No,
their
they
kid
shouldn't
stands
be
up
in
to them.
prison. Nobody like. Oh
There
my
wasn't
gosh.
an intentionality
Why
to
not?
kill someone. Just because you push, you could shove someone, they could trip and hit their head. You
Yeah.
didn't intend to kill them. There wasn't an intention there.
That's
There
still
wasn't a
murder.
reasonable belief that you were going to do something.
That
But
would
like
still be charged as
That would
murder.
cause death.
to last week when we were
Wouldn't that
talking about
still be
this,
charged as
School
murder?
shooting
when a kid's driving 150 miles an hour in a car, there's a high potentiality of danger and death. So those are two different things.
Right, you would have to go through the court system, present like all the evidence as to whether this parent was knowledgeable enough, or the steps they took, and all that stuff to
Well, the
decide
kid
which
wouldn't get
parent
charged
should
with
be held
murder.
Not for
reliable.
punching, obviously for like school shootings, because like people end up dying. Fights happen in school day and night, and like people do say
Yeah.
stuff like, "Oh, stand up to your bullies," stuff like that. I mean, I think that if a parent is like convincing a kid and tell, "Hey, you gotta go punch this kid. Oh, this kid was
That's
mean to
fair.
you. You should go assault them." Then maybe like the parent should get a talking to, see what's going on at home, because like, hey, why are you doing that? Hey,
That's fair.
but charges,
So okay. Lots of things. I think that well, no, it's not that I think. Simply is the case. The reason why we have we have so much gun violence in the United States is because we have an incredible access to guns. Simply put, right? If you didn't have access to guns, you wouldn't be having the gun violence. At least not on this level, right? When other countries have guns as well, the United States is the only one where, for the civilian population that has access to guns, they don't have all these massacres because they are far more tightly regulated. There, they also don't have the same gun culture that we do. That's another thing about that. But it's simply having access to these guns, them flowing around, right? Yes, it adds to the school shootings, which is what the big headline gives, but it adds, that's how we get the regular like gang violence shootings, or like the domestic partner like killing their wife, right? That's how it happens, because they have access to guns. You wouldn't have the gun murders, you didn't have access to guns. So everyone, well, the people, the regulars here know that like I'm not a fan of guns at all. Made that very clear. But I don't think we have to ban all guns to actually solve this issue, or at least make significant strides in this issue. We can put common sense gun regulations in place, right? Like, hey, you gotta lock up your gun. You gotta lock up your gun, and if your gun is stolen, you need to report that, right, to the police so they understand there's a loose gun out there. And they can maybe try to investigate it. Or if not, maybe you face some sort of consequences. There are plenty of solutions that we have available, but people like Lactoid and people like Gibbs have always been in our way. Have always been in our way to solving this problem, because it's like Lactoid said at the start, surrounding error, as far as he's concerned, in terms of dust. Like, they don't care. They don't care. So we need to understand that. Like, I can understand on my end that different regions have different issues of guns. I said that previously in terms of like Admiral Gibbs, working on a farm or a ranch, and needing guns to protect themselves from wild animals. Sure, that's fair. We can craft legislation that keeps those things in mind, right? Like, we don't have to do a one size fits all. We can do that, but gun owners at every turn stymie us all the time. So let's not pretend that we're like we can work hand in hand to solve these issues. They don't care about the issue. They don't care. And I like what Katya said about the psychological effect, but I would have gone much farther with that, right? So yes, in terms of school shootings, the Lactoid's correct in that like there's a very small number of those that happen, right? It's unlikely that you'll be in a school shooting. However, just to note, we've had people who've survived multiple school shootings, right? So they've gone to one place, like that the one in Florida, high school that had that school shooting. They survive the school shooting there, then they go to college and they survive another school shooting. That's the thing that happens in this country. That's what we type of nation we live in. But still,
I guess, but like there are people who survived both Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
Hold on, I'm not done. So they're the chances are unlikely. The chances are unlikely, but there is a psychological effect on the country as a whole, right? Like people are terrified, and in fact, like the answer that the people are coming on the local level because they have so little power is that children should be doing drills, right? Like anti-shooter drills. Right, so here's where you hide. Right, we have cubby holes for you to hide. Sometimes those special backpacks, right? Like the bulletproof backpacks. They got like a whole list of things to turn the school into a fortress. We'll do all of that. And Lactoid's in favor of all those. List those things. Lactoid will say, "Yeah, sure, that sounds like a good idea." We'll do all of that except actually handle the guns. We'll do all of that except
that's so traumatic to kids.
Exactly. And so I'm jaded. I'm jaded about this issue, right? Very much. After Sandy Hook, right? After Sandy Hook, when they killed 20 babies, 20 white babies, which is the only type they care about in this country, they killed 20 white babies, and nothing happened after that. After that, I knew, okay, nothing's going to happen here for a generation. However, I am actually I guess hard, not for what will happen immediately, right? Just because the Sandy Hook kids are 18, nothing's going to happen, right? Like that's not going to make a difference. However, when that generation gets into power, I think we might actually have another chance because we're going to have a generation of children who've had to deal with the trauma of doing anti-shooter drills. Children are actually scared. I don't think us, within our age range, like probably understand because I think most of us, I don't want to speak for everyone here. I'm not actually sure all your ages, but I think most of us like skip that entirely. We didn't have to deal with that. That wasn't like a constant fear in our lives. But for so many of the younger kids, yes, that actually is. And so I think in, I don't know, 20 years now, right? When they're like, when those Sandy Hook kids are like 40, right? And they're in power. They've taken power away from, was it Gen Z, right? They're displacing them. Then yeah, maybe we might actually get some gun legislation. They'll remember the terror that they had to face, right? Because when gun violence happens in one side of the country, other kids hear about that in their schools too, right? And they're scared, and their parents are scared. And should I send my kids home, to school? I'm gonna keep them home for a few days. Not that it will make a difference or anything, right? I still have to send them eventually. But this constant, ever-present fear. That's the psychological effect that we're dealing with, right? And hopefully, in the future, we can defeat the death cult gun nuts that we have up here, who, again, they don't give a fuck. Go ahead.
Wait, and like just real quick, I know that it's like it doesn't happen. It's not probable that it's going to happen, but the randomness at which it occurs and the rate that it occurs is enough to have a bunch of people living traumatic lives, right? So you have like a bunch of people who have elementary school kids and middle school kids and high school kids. Now, just because there's like mass shooting happening in another state, now they're the ones who have to suffer the trauma of like preparing little, like essentially 5 to like 9-year-olds on like their parents have to buy them bulletproof backpacks, so on and so forth. So like, yeah, you say like it's not a large enough problem to where like the schools all have to do it, but it's so random and it's happening like so regularly that like, yeah, you don't know when or where it's going to happen. And so like everyone has to be precautious. So like you brought up like Nagasaki, that was a one-time thing that happened once.
Right,
and then,
but I only brought that up because it was like somebody, survived 2 things. And I brought that up too, like it's a statistically, like it can happen where there's like a fluke like that. And it can happen with something that only happened twice or something that happened more times. So
you'd probably more liken it to like Palestinians, where like they got bombed here and they got bombed there and they got bombed there. But the frequency at which the bombs are dropped, I know, but so Ukraine, whatever it may be, the frequency at which the bombs are dropping and the randomness to which they're dropping have the entire population in a frenzy. Which is what's happening here. We have a frequency of something happening, and then so now the entire population is in a frenzy.
Ollie, can I ask you a question?
Pause for a quick second. We did get $10 Canadian from our friend Sean.
It's like a penny.
Like $7.
That's it's much appreciated. Thank you. We just sent an emote. Thank you, Sean out there who sent that half hour ago. But Corey once again got in my way, right? I was gonna do it, but Corey he threatened me. He said DMs, right, telling me he knows where my parents live. That's what happens. I'm sorry. I finally got the courage after half hour.
Don't leak those, please. Those are private.
Okay. All right. Yeah, sure. You can ask a question, but we're gonna wrap up soon.
Yeah, sure. So you were just talking about the Israel-Palestine thing again, all right? No. And I just want to ask a question: did Palestine have strict gun control laws?
What?
Probably not. No.
Oh, well, I have news for you. Newsflash, buddy. They have some of the strictest gun control laws for private citizenship. If anything, you should be advocating for less gun laws because the Palestinians would have been better armed to fight the evil IDF. So I don't see how you can sit here and even advocate for this. Do you want the IDF knowing
Palestine was like a region in America and they had the access
you want the
to
IDF to hold on, think about what you're saying. You're advocating for the IDF to come in and go, we need to put every Palestinian that owns a gun on the registry and we should be able to watch them. That's what you're advocating.
They're not Americans.
So
I'm just saying, you're advocating for the same policy here. Do you have that? Are you okay with the IDF?
And the terrorists wouldn't have the guns.
This is an American issue.
That's a good point too. If all the Palestinians had guns, guess what? Maybe they could have got Hamas out of power. But since they didn't, probably exactly. I rest my case. So this is the whole point. That's
just gun reform.
No.
It's controlling who can and cannot have guns.
Hold on. You can't sit here and call us a death cult when this is a real concern that we can point to real world scenarios where we go, hey, folks, there's evil governments that take over. Might be nice to have our guns. No. And you know what's even better is that this proves two-way works because these lefties who can't shoot shit almost killed the former president of the United States and potential president. The left is terrified because they know the right-wingers actually know how to shoot. We want to hit our targets.
I'm going to say something that's not a hypothetical. Yeah. Human beings are awful at assessing risk psychologically. It's a big thing that happens. I think that a lot of the trauma that's created by these mass shooter drills or this expectation that shootings are going to happen, which they do absolutely happen, obviously it's with some regularity. But when you're talking about something that, generally if you're looking at the per year statistics, I know it's not all about statistics, but per year statistics, like the most amount per year when we're talking about 3 or more deaths, we're talking about 12 per year, and that's not just schools. The idea that everybody has to get bulletproof backpacks and everybody has to do all these drills and everybody has to blah, blah, blah in these thousands and thousands of schools for a situation like that's so, rare.
Shootings a year.
The randomness and the chaos is what plays into it. It's the statistics don't matter when you're the school that gets hit.
Irrational, and I think that it's harming kids more to do these drills for literally I think that schools should be fortified because
this is true for every unlikely thing.
I think that schools should be so better because
they're getting nuked. It doesn't matter if you're the one getting nuked, right?
Wait. This is a thing that is happening with some regularity. Like if it's happening once a month in this country, that is an issue, especially if we're talking about
in favor of
320 million people
increased school security measures. You said that at the start, right?
Yeah. Not only not only for mass shootings, but also I think generally speaking, protecting schools from people just walking in off the street is probably a good thing. I think that having automatically locked doors, a lot of schools are implementing that. It's a good idea.
Well, I think
without thin glass that you can't just break.
I think a lot of those things are good because they could also double as stuff for disaster, shelters. Like I'm in Florida, schools are often used as hurricane shelters, for example. I think stuff like that is good, but I think having constant drills and armed guards is a little bit wild. And I think that it creates, as I said, this culture of school shootings and school shootings and school shootings where it freaks kids out and kids who are going. Well, but kids are going to, even more feel like this notoriety thing because things are publicized so much, and it's just this huge factor.
Guys,
I know, but the issue is it's happening
No, Ali, I got you. This is literally how politics works, though, right? This is how politics works. Because if you are the school, right, you're the district that did nothing, right? Well, then you are the if you're the administrator, then you're the one who loses their job when
I'm just saying
this
it's
happens.
not helpful.
Yeah, I get you. But that's
I understand that's how it works.
But it's the reality of the situation.
Right, which I started off with saying that humans are bad at discerning risk.
Okay,
but that's just my personal opinion here. I think that obviously other things can be done in
this
our
is how things are going to work. Rather, the way to deal with these things is rather to do something about guns, to actually regulate guns, right? I wasn't saying taking away all guns, especially I suppose we took time to say, hey, we don't have to take away all guns to solve this issue.
The people, not the guns.
Said that, but to the death cult, it's any regulation sounds like you're going to lose everything. Right, that's how the death can operate. That's why we can't get anything done, because this is the constant reaction. We saw it from Gibbs. We'll see it from Lactoid. We'll see it from others down the road. But that's how it always works. We can't do anything.
There's no middle ground.
No middle ground.
No, y'all are the ones not giving a middle ground. We've said what our line is, and y'all are like, well, we can't have anything but this line.
I'll take a victory in bringing everyone 90%.
That's compromise. That's not compromise. Like that's y'all are painting us in that way.
What are you compromising?
Because we already have ours enshrined as a right. Like,
so what are you compromising?
Hold on. I think Lactoid and I talked about this the other day when we were talking about originalism, right? And so one of the things I said was, like, I could see an original interpretation of the Constitution that say, as part of a well-regulated militia, I should be able to own a seeker missile. Right. And so, like, are we going to sit here and go, oh, you're like, hey, when I go and look at these things, y'all are going to sit here and go, well, we're not compromised. We're not compromised. I mean, I feel like we have compromised. I don't own a seeker missile. What are y'all compromising on? Every time we ask y'all to come this way.
I mean,
I don't know. I don't know the cost, but I imagine, like,
hypothetically, if I could,
it's cheap to make a bomb that works, Corey. We've had this discussion.
I mean, my point is hypothetically, like, it's not if I can afford it or not. It's whether
I
want
to back up. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna let you guys go. Right, we've already gone past time. But we'll give you an outro. You can say whatever you like to say. But thanks all for being here. To the audience, if you've enjoyed this content, consider supporting the content by subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. Using Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming on this channel. It's free for you, but does a lot for us. So do that, help out the channel so I can keep bringing these people around. Super chats are welcome on YouTube or become a member. Anything to support the community. If you haven't followed yet, if you just like stopped in, hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube. We'd love to have you back in the future. All right, so I'm going to go around the room and do our outros here. You can say anything you like at the end, especially if you're trying to say, how Big Brain Prime was the entire time. It's very much welcome here. But thank you, Lactoid, for joining us. Thank you for engaging with us even when we are especially antagonistic. I am especially antagonistic with you. It wasn't the first time, it won't be the last time, but you do always show up, so I do appreciate you.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for inviting me, and of course I like to be challenged, so be as I like to hear it, confront everything that I say, just bring the arguments and I'll engage with them. If you liked what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. There are a few things I want to say about this topic. When Katya, I think, said it best, humans are terrible at risk assessment. And that was basically my argument this entire time, which is that the reason why we're hyper-focusing on mass shootings is because people are bad at risk assessment. Because the news propagates every single time this happens, because it's easy for the news to propagate every single time this happens, because the news is not interested in the more dangerous things that are occurring, because it's not as flashy, it's not as interesting, it's not as it doesn't stoke the level of fear that gets people to watch the news. What better way to get people to watch the news than talk about something like a school shooting, as opposed to, I don't know, heart disease or even motorcycle accidents? And Corey is more statistical on this argument, but unfortunately with guns, he's less statistical on this argument. We see this also has a political slant to some extent, right? During the BLM riots / protests, we heard a lot of conversation about what black men face in America today. And a lot of people were saying, a lot of black parents specifically were saying, we had to sit down our child and have the talk about how to avoid a police shooting you. But this is also an example of people dramatically misunderstanding risk. So people who report themselves as very liberal would, in 2019, estimated that that thousands of unarmed black men were being killed by the police every year, even though the actual number is between 13 and 27, depending on how you count unarmed. So when it comes to things the media can grab onto and especially highlight, you got to be incredibly careful about how you address those issues, because oftentimes it's being overblown for sensationalism in order to sell ad time. And I think a great example of this, and I'm going to say this, we're in September, but in some time ago in 2001, there was the September 11th attacks on the United States, and a lot of people were killed. And our response to that was atrocious, because we passed the Patriot Act, which undermined what I think it meant to be an American. And there's a senator named Russ Feingold, who's a Democrat. He disagrees with me on almost everything. I went through his political issues. He is one of the most diametrically opposed to me in most issues. But he was the one senator to vote against the Patriot Act, and he cited concerns with American citizens' privacy. That was why he voted against the Patriot Act. I think that every other issue in his case is minor compared to the fact that Russ Feingold is a true American, and I think he's a Democrat that I respect greatly. And frankly, I may vote for him if he runs, just based on the fact that he had the insight to vote against the Patriot Act. And I think that we can't make the same mistake here, where we look at a tragedy and we say, you know what, we have to undermine what it means to be an American. We can't do that. So, yeah. Thank you for your time.
Russ Feingold was a hero, and he did get voted out of office, and he is trying to get back in office, I believe, in this cycle. Yeah.
I voted for him. I voted for him, just to be clear.
Okay. Yeah. Shout out to Russ Feingold, because Patriot Act. Not many people had the political bravery back then. So thanks, Gibbs, for being here. And doing all the Gibbs things that you do, right? Always to be expected. I appreciate you, friend.
Oh yeah, thanks for having me. I always love coming on. I'm Gibbs, Admiral Gibbs. You can find me pretty much everywhere at Admiral Gibbs. If you liked what I had to say, check it out. These are some of the most fun nights of the week, as for closing, I feel like we should have gone into originalism a little more, because I think that really backs up why we need the 2A. And I noticed nobody really wanted to argue, after I've heard for weeks on this panel and other panels, about how the government's not afraid of citizens, but suddenly they are. It's till it's whatever. So it's been fun. I've had a good time. But yeah, don't take our guns. And this panel proves definitively that if you give a mouse a cookie is true, because every time we tried to build a bridge with them, they wanted to take it 10 steps further, and it was impressive. I'm just saying, like, sometimes people make fun of colloquial wisdom, but sometimes colloquial wisdom is true. You sit here and you see, these facts. It's just like you can't lead a horse to water. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. Well, let me tell you what's not good for the gander: them taking your guns, and that's all you need to know about that.
Thought you were gonna make a Haitian comment. All right, let's go to Corey Campbell.
Hey, listen, I don't have a problem. Honestly, I don't have a problem. It'd be funny. What's funny? The one before, I'm sorry, I'll let you go. Is Alex Jones was the one who was saying, you can go down to the pond and take ducks anytime they want, and then they're up in arms about them taking the ducks and geese. I mean, I was about to go down there and hunt me some ducks and geese myself. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm unclear. She was gonna ask before I, refocus myself. I was gonna ask Lactoid. About this, and maybe to help us out with this, but because it's legal to kill ducks and geese, right? We eat duck.
Not in city limits.
Not in city limits, so you can't.
I'm pretty sure. My understanding
depends on what city, but yeah, I think where you're referring to, I think that's true.
So ducks specifically, and actually this has to do with hunting. Ducks specifically are a migratory bird, so you have to get a federal stamp if you want to kill a duck, and you have to kill them during the season. And you can only kill them through like with a bow or gun or whatever in certain areas, like rural areas. You can't just like walk down to like your local park and just.
Are you okay with those regulations?
Well, look at all those regulations. Yeah.
I think hunting regulations go a bit too far, actually.
Honestly, restricting the rights of duck killers left and right. That's crazy.
No.
All right, fair enough. Okay. If it's restricted, then it is what it is. All right. Corey, thank you for coming through. I'm always happy to have you here, friend.
Yeah, and I'm always happy to be here. Always grateful and appreciative. And well, yeah, I'll try to keep it brief as best I can. I guess on the topic, the last thing that I sort of want to say or just bring up of like, at least from what I understand from like Lactoid and Katya, they seem to be overall in favor of like increasing school security by a bunch of measures, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, but I would encourage you to look into the literature in terms of like what the psychological effect on children that has in terms of when there's a mental health crisis in children and surveillance cameras. There's limited evidence, not a lot, but there's a bit of evidence to show that increased school security measures tend to sort of like increased perceptions of schools not being safe to children, and so there's a potential con there that I think might not be factored in. But yeah, as always, it's great. And also another thing that I'll say, not topic related, is Ghosty's house is so big that she has 2 rooms that are duplicates that are the exact same. I was not even aware of it. But yeah,
room.
The size of her house, just unlimited.
Keep going.
And also, I'm also glad to see that there's clearly another Canadian here because Premier Katya, that's what we call our head of province's premier, so she must be Canadian.
It's a Soviet Union joke. I was born in Florida.
You're still Canadian in my books, just like Lactoid. Always will be Canadian. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch to try to be Corey Campbell 4. Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. Doobie, Ghosty, Sociologic Ali, Parallax, Gibbs, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Pleasure to meet you, Katya. Love you, Pry.
Love you too, friend. Parallax, thank you for coming through. It was really nice having you again. I think you did a great job. I think pretty much every time you interjected, you had something interesting to say. So thanks so much, friend.
Thank you, Prem. I appreciate the invite. Like I said, it's always a pleasure. I hope to come back soon. Yeah, I mean, listen, as much as we go back and forth, I do enjoy the exchanges with these guys. Especially when they're substantive. Tonight's one of the nights that's more frustrating for me. I think this topic is really difficult because I don't feel like it gets engaged with. I think we want to talk about, no matter what we want to talk about, we get moved to another portion of the topic. When anytime we're talking about guns, I think it's weird that I think it was Gibbs in his or Lactoid in his closing argument said that guns are a part of the American identity. They're not. I understand they're part of the Bill of Rights. I understand they're part of the American fucking caricature, but they're not our identity, and they shouldn't be. It's kind of gross. We should really strive to for something more important, more impactful, and better to be our identity. And I guess that I would simply say to close that what you refer to as a rounding error, I refer to as a tragedy. And I think that sometimes all of the logic, all of the statistics, all of that shit can be thrown aside, and we can simply say, is this a problem? Yes or no? Even one, is it a problem? Yes or no? And we are well beyond one. We are exceeding any record any nation has ever set, and it is a fucking problem. And it's a damn shame that we can't have a more substantive conversation about potential solutions to it. But that said, I do appreciate you all. I do appreciate the company and the conversation, and I look forward to another one. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much.
Twitch.tv/Parallax.
Much appreciated, friend. Katya, it was your first time here. We really like you. I thought you did a great job. Thank lot of great interjections and comments. So I really hope you come back in the future.
Only if you'll have me, I guess. Mm-hmm. I'm definitely, here for that if you'd like to.
Absolutely.
So, my outro, I'm Premier Katya on X/Twitter/whatever, hell website. My outro, basically, what I want to say is, yes, school shootings are definitely a problem. Violence in general is a problem, but we need to weigh 3 things, in my opinion. We need to weigh what preserves people's rights, then we have to weigh what will actually work to solve the problem, and then we need to weigh what is actually enforceable in any type of a feasible basis with our law enforcement and with our capabilities and budgets and stuff that we are actually working with. between those three, I think that, there are some things that we can do to improve things, and I'm definitely down for that. But, there are other things that are suggested that are just not effective or would, cross certain lines. Like, for example, banning AR-15s, I think would just cause more harm than good. Wouldn't really do anything, and because there are other guns, obviously, and then, would just cause like a whole bunch of strife for no gain. Like stuff like that. I just think we need to think pragmatically about the situation, but that's how I feel about like every issue.
So much. Next, Ali, you were fired up today. Love to see it as always, my friend. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. Love being here. Love my Mondays. So I go by Sociologic on Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. You find me everywhere. In terms of closing statements, yeah, man, there's really two solutions. Like the solution can't be that the kids have to learn to defend themselves better. It just can't be that children have to learn to defend themselves better. So like you're either gonna regulate gun owners and list them, or honestly, we're gonna start holding parents accountable for their kids' actions, so that hopefully it'll encourage parents to be more parents, more parental, more involved in their kids' lives. Because right now, all I'm seeing is like a bunch of neglectful parents, teenagers at home with guns, and then people just killing each other. So, regulate the people, keep the guns. Thank you for having me, Prime.
Thank you. Ghosty, you got fired up today, too. It was nice to see you passionate, friend. Thanks for being here.
Thanks for having me. Ghosty, spelled with a 6, and I'm on YouTube. I do like weekly live streams. So, as for this, I think it's funny. I think Lactoid said it. He said like mass shootings are like overblown, basically. And I think that's like easy to say if you haven't been affected by it. But like even if you haven't, like you can just see that they're happening, right? The news can like overblow them, but they are happening. No matter how many people die or didn't die, the potential is still there. And I just think to like brush it off as whatever is kind of silly. I think we should like attack a problem before it gets out of control and just like not ignore the potential that it has. And a lot of that could do with like the mental health crises and also just like gun education and gun culture in general. I think we need to like talk about these things more and just like progress with it. As the guns are progressing, we as a culture and a country need to progress with the laws and regulations and safety protocols. So yeah, I just think we're gonna need to learn how to compromise on this, both Democrats and Republicans. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Thank you. But one question before I leave you, Ghosty. Previously, when Ali brought it up, it seemed you implied that like your house was also searched, like when you adopted a pet, right? Like they did an expansion.
So there was one adoption agency I went to where they were going to do that. I didn't end up adopting from them, but I was aware that that was something they were going to have to do.
The house was too big to search. They couldn't.
Yeah, with the estate, I was wondering like how long that might have taken. Maybe they'd still be searching your house. I mean,
she still hasn't gotten the cat.
She has.
Yeah, they might be somewhere in here. Like,
yeah, maybe somewhere deep in the Eastern Wing. But okay. Well, thanks so much for that.
They mandated 17 litter boxes so the cat didn't get exhausted between two.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a good idea.
I brought my cat to hang out.
Oh, nice cat. Doobie, thank you, friend, for coming through. A few comments, but they were high impact as always, setting off the panel. But I appreciate your thoughts as always, friend.
Yeah, thank you for having me on. I'm Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics.
Exclamation point Doobie in chat. Why don't you ever say that, Doobie? I literally created this thing for you.
I don't know. I feel weird about saying exclamation point Doobie. Okay, it's like it's a whole thing.
He's got no problem saying incendiary bullshit, but he won't say his own command in the chat.
Remember, I'm one of the melanated folks. You can't talk to me like that, mister.
I can.
I literally created this for him like years ago, and he like never says it. Yeah, it's okay.
Hey, real quick, if you don't mind, Prime, there was one other thing I wanted to to say before we moved into the open. I just want to harken back to the W I took when I got Lactoid earlier to admit to Trump being at least somewhat of a threat to democracy. I really appreciate you recognizing that, Lactoid. That was very
I took
impressive.
3 dubs today.
And
I've said that on like 3 different panels now, just to be clear. It's
fantastic. The other dub, I would just like to point out: don't take your voting advice from men who wear Hawaiian shirts, especially if they have a tire chain around their neck that looks like a choker.
Who's streaming now? Lactoid or?
Yeah, I gotta bounce soon though.
Anyone else streaming?
Gibbs is streaming and he'll.
Gibbs. Gibbs. All right, great. Well then we will go and support our friend Gibbs, and Gibbs who always supports us. Always.
I want to do a Haiti panel soon. I think we should do like one of those. Maybe not next week because I'll be gone.
No,
I think
I fucking hate you for saying.
I will take. I will
before
I got every way. I want to take my dubs. I did get the 3 opposing sides to at least meet me at the bridge that I built. I will. Take
I built a. Whoa! I built